I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole crowd there.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13 Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Martin, you should reach for it. And then I just looked at the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello. I started a couple minutes early because there's movement in the courtroom, and even though I wasn't quite ready and had not gotten everything set up, I figured let's get ready just in case this movement means something. So that's what I have done, and we are here. So good morning. Happy Friday Eve. I am glad to see y'all. It is good to be here. I know that there was some shoehorn be shoehorning, y'all, and I know that he had some stuff to say this morning, and we definitely will watch that. I just wanted to make sure before we do that we don't miss anything that that is happening right now. You know, normally when they start moving around, what's happening? Normally when they start moving around in the courtroom, it means that, here we go, that, why is my window not working? Let's fix it. There we go. It means that the cameraman is in there for a reason and something is going on. So I started a couple minutes early because whatever it is, of course, we don't want to miss it, right? We don't want to miss it. So I am going to wait for just a minute and see if they come, see what they say, see what's going on. Yeah, I'm here. Remo said I'm here until I get kicked out. You know what? That is the story of 13 jurors lately. Everybody gets kicked out randomly and like all at once. I have a few things for us to go over today. Let's see. So yesterday, when we finished, I started thinking about, I need to do our verdict clock. Let me do that before I forget. I started thinking yesterday when we wrapped up here about, let's see, what are they at? 7 hours and 33 minutes. Let me do this. I'm not on my ADD medication, so I can't multitask. So let me do this and then let's fix it. There we go. So I started thinking yesterday about, I was like, why do they want to see that testimony? And I know we talked about it some yesterday too. I want to know why they wanted to see that specific testimony. And I started thinking about, well, is it because of the timeline of when she said that she came by? Because obviously that goes against the verdict script or the alibi script. No, my eyebrows have washed off. They have washed off. They lasted a good 2 days though. But I started to think about, why would they want to, let me close this, see that testimony specifically? And the only thing I could think of was like I said, possibly the timeline. So I started going through, and there were some things that I added into the timeline, and I posted this on Twitter. But if you don't follow me on Twitter, or if you're not a tweeter, let me pull it up and I can show you exactly what I put together. I think it's pretty interesting. Here's the thing. This makes it, I was talking about debating back and forth about whether or not they proved the conspiracy part and her knowing beforehand. I said that I believe that she did know, personal believe that she did know. Oh, look who came to join us. Laying down in her little seat. I believe that she did know, but I was curious. I was like, did they prove it? So let me show you what I put together yesterday when I was going through some of this timeline stuff, and I think it's pretty interesting. And I wondered if perhaps when the jury asked for an easel, if maybe this is some of the stuff that they wanted to put together. Maybe not. Let's see. Let me do screen capture. All right. We'll keep this open over here. Let me move this to right here. Can you see that? Actually, let me do it like this. Let me do it like this. Okay. We'll keep that over here in case they start moving around again. I need one more monitor to make my life easier. All right, so this is what I put together. Let me zoom in so y'all can see a little bit better. I was looking at, my big thing that I wanted to look at that I had not really looked at much yet was the phone manipulations that they had talked about compared to the times that we know that she was there in the mornings and when Kent came and all of that stuff. So this is what I put together, and this is why I hope that the jury has taken all of the separate data and put it together into the timeline and possibly seen and compared it some to get to this. This is what I was thinking. Okay, so I put, these are the data times that we have on the things that they've told us, right? And then everything's kind of color coordinated. So the blue stuff is Fotis. Now, the blue that has the white on the times, that's not all the way blue, is Fotis's phone, but Fotis didn't have his phone. So that's why some of that is not all the way blue. It's only half blue. The pink is Michelle, blue is Fotis, yellow is Pavel, and green is Kent, although we don't have a whole lot from him. But the biggest thing for him is wanting to see if... I wanted to see if the phone manipulations happened while he was there, but Michelle wasn't. I was curious about that. So I put it all together last night when we finished up here. So here's what's interesting. When you layer all the information together, at 4:13, Fotis's phone records movement. Not only steps, but there's distance. So it travels somewhere around in the house. It doesn't leave the house, but it travels somewhere around in that big-ass house. That's at 4:13. His alarm, according to the data, Sleuthy Goosey, hey! Look, Sleuthy Goosey is all about a timeline, too, so this is right up her alley, too. the data shows that his cell phone alarm went off at 4:20 a.m. and he turned it off at 4:21 a.m. Now, an alarm goes off when it hits 4:20, right? It wouldn't take a full minute for most people to turn their alarm off. You're not going to want to hear that annoying thing. So when those movements happened at 4:13 a.m., I'm thinking maybe he wasn't right by his phone by the time it went off because it was 7 minutes later. So maybe, he woke up before his alarm. He's moving around doing things, and then the alarm goes off. But it does show that he turns it off at 4:21. Okay, there's more steps recorded on his phone at 4:24 to 4:52, and then there's no more steps recorded on his phone for a while. Now remember, he's seen leaving in the Tacoma, leaving 80 Mountain Springs at 5:35 a.m. My theory is that he took the bike from 4 Jefferson Crossing which is the house, to the workhouse at 80 Mountain Springs, and that's how he got there. And then, of course, we know that the bike ended up in the Tacoma, and he left with that. So that's my theory. Now, at 5:35, he's seen leaving 80 Mountain Springs. So then he drives to New Canaan and all that. All right. There's different messages and stuff coming in, and I wanted to compare, because these are all on different reports. There are sometimes when the phone, it said the display came on, but the display coming on could be because there's an incoming call or message or something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean it's being messed with. So I specifically wanted to take a look at the times where the orientation changes and it's unlocked, because in order for the orientation to change or for it to be unlocked, you have to have it in your hand or messing with it, or there has to be some kind of movement with the phone. So, okay, the display comes on. Okay, so remember Michelle said in her interview that she slept until 6:40, that her alarm goes off at 6:40. It was 6:44, only 4 minutes later, that Fotis's phone has its first movement. So she wakes up supposedly in her daughter's room because of the storms, and it only takes 4 minutes before she has Fotis's phone. Here's what that means. That whole story about how she walked into the office and saw his phone right there later when Kent was there and everything, all that's out the window. That is no longer reasonable doubt, because we know that 4 minutes after she woke up, she was already on his phone. 4 minutes. So and remember when we were talking about this the other day about reasonable doubt and if this could be, if it could have just been a coincidence and all of that. 4 minutes after she woke up, she is already on his phone. It's unlocked for 3 minutes. Now, that doesn't, if she couldn't have just unlocked it and then set it down. She unlocked it and it's unlocked for 3 minutes. It doesn't stay unlocked for 3 minutes if you're not on it. So that's problem number one. Now, the phone connects to Wi-Fi, the orientation changes. There's more orientation changes. So she's basically moving around. There's 63 steps that are taken and 44 meters moved. So that happens between 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Now remember, she woke up at 6:40. So really this means that it happened and the first movement was 6:44. So really that means that those 44 meters were moved between 6:44 and 7 a.m. So within those 16 minutes. So this would be the time, I believe, that she would have taken the phone to the office. Now, the display comes on again, orientation. So she's messing with his phone again. She has to be messing with his phone in order for those things to happen. At this time, Fotis is still driving. Tacoma's heading south. He's seen whatever. Okay, so at 7:21, the dark pink right here, even though I got Kent over here, just to see kind of how it compares with her, the dark pink is when Kent arrives, when he's here. Kent is seen, his car is seen pulling into the driveway at 7:21 a.m. At 7:40 is the time he said he got there, but we see that it was which is convenient, isn't it? The call came through at 7 or 8, what was it, 8:26 or whatever. So he gets there right before the call comes, not long before the call comes, and then he leaves right after it comes. I think that's kind of interesting. But here's what I also think, putting all of this together. Okay, so Kent gets there at 7:21. At 7:45, Michelle is dropping off her daughter. Now, that means that she would have had to have left sometime around 7:30. The reason this is important, she leaves the house right after, like within minutes after Kent gets there. But of course, she doesn't take Fotis' phone with her. Fotis' phone needs to be at the house so that they can take that call. So I'm wondering if they knew that that call needed to be answered, but she knew that she had to take her daughter to school. So did Kent come to like babysit the phone in the office so that they could make sure that it was answered while she, like if the call came in, while she was taking Nicole to school, they could make sure that Kent was there to answer it, just in case? I think that could be a possibility. Otherwise, they don't need two people there to answer the call, right? So I think that could be a possibility. Now, this is about the time that everything that's happening when Michelle is gone, taking her daughter to school and coming back. There is no movement on his phone that entire time she's gone. There's no steps taken on it. There's no orientation changes. There's no unlocking. Nothing happens to his phone while she's gone. But once she gets back, she pulls back into the house at 8:01, and it's only 6 minutes later that she's right back on his phone. It's unlocked again 6 minutes after she's seen pulling back into the driveway. She's back on his phone again. So the call comes in, the alibi call comes in at 8:26. It's answered for 17 seconds. Again, the only call that's answered the entire time out of all of them, which is also suspicious. And we know that she's still home at this time. Kent is seen leaving at 8:41. So, this is like right after the call comes in. It's like, okay, oh, there's a jury question. We're about to see a jury question. So right after the call comes in, then Kent hightails it out of there. And the last time that it's unlocked is 9:03. And then it's unlocked, has an orientation change, and then the display goes off. So then she left a few minutes after that, and there's no more orientation changes or movement on it because now she's gone. She went to Hutch's office to drop off the purse and all of that. The reason this is so important, I think, is the whole question about conspiracy is, did she know beforehand what was happening? And the fact that she had his phone within 4 minutes of waking up, answered only the one call that was prearranged the night before. And that's another thing too. All of the stuff, I went back and watched it again to see if I missed anything. And all of the stuff from Andreas, all of the communication with him, the text and the voice calls were generally done through WhatsApp, not through the phone. And Fotis made it a point to say, call on the regular. And I think that means he's telling him, don't call me on WhatsApp, call on the regular phone. Because he doesn't normally call on the regular phone. I think that's really incriminating. So he knows that if it comes on WhatsApp, you're not going to be able to see it. He needs that call to come through on the phone so that it can register that it was opened, or answered rather, while the phone was at home. It's the only conversation that he really, or only thing that they pointed out on all of the communications that come from Andreas that aren't through WhatsApp. I think that's suspicious. So I think when you put the stuff together like that of what happened in the morning, I think that looks really suspicious. I think it makes it a little bit harder to think it's reasonable that she didn't know. So, I don't know. I feel like Kent was there just in case the call came while she was taking Nicole to school. And I think she knew exactly what she was doing because she knew she needed to answer that one pre-planned phone call. And she answered it on speakerphone in the office with Kent right there, the other co-conspirator, allegedly. And then no more calls. Don't you think that that's a little bit too convenient? Aaron Morgan says, do we know if WhatsApp messages show up if the messages are sent on the phone or on desktop? I don't know. I don't know if it tells the origin of them or if there's a way to tell the origin of them. I'm not really sure. I know that on the WhatsApp messages that they had, it was the source of it. It didn't say, or they didn't say anything about that. They said it was like the phone number or the series of numbers at whatever email.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Court received a note from the foreperson dated the 29th of February 2024 at 11:50 a.m. And the note reads, Your Honor, can we please receive clarification as to the verbiage of count 3? Specifically, in order to constitute tampering, that's in quotes, does the defendant need to have physically altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed an item or thing, i.e., in quotes, physical contact? The second question, further, the information never mentions the term accessory or accessorial liability. Following the juror instructions would lead one to believe having accessorial liability is enough to prove a defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Is that the case, or is the section titled accessorial liability from page 44 of the jury instructions misleading? Well, of course, the jury would not know what 53A-8A means. So the court will have to explain. First, they would have to have, hopefully the jury has a copy of the information.
Yes,
Is there just one copy or are there 6 copies?
just one.
So the court would first direct them to the information and explain that in counts 3 and 5, well, the court will read those counts again and indicate 53A-8A means accessorial liability, or as an accessory. Now, concerning the second question, or rather the first question, can we please receive clarification as to the verbiage of count 3? Specifically, in order to constitute tampering, does the defendant need to have physically altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed an item or thing, i.e., physical contact? Court is just taking a look at its instructions.
Interesting.
While the court is doing it, may I just retrieve my notes from the conference room outside?
Yes.
for a moment?
Shoehorn. I always get nervous and I'm not even. I always get nervous too. Anytime there's something from the jury, like I can't catch my breath. I'm like, oh, what's happening? Yeah, and remember, there's only 6 jurors, which is why I really didn't think it would take a crazy long time, because I think it's harder to come to have 12
The court
people
will hear from counsel because it appears from
be
the
unanimous.
instructions that although the phrase used in the note by the juror, physical contact, does not appear in the instructions. The court would just hear from counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon. I think that the short answer to the jury's question is no, because she's charged under an accessorial liability theory with respect to those counts. And so the jury need only find that she intentionally aided, solicited, importuned someone else in their effort to commit the crime of tampering with evidence. That's the law as I understand accessorial liability. So I think the short answer to their question is no.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
They have to act with the exact same intent. It's just another way of, what I think the court should do is, as it suggested, it should reread the charge on tampering and then read accessorial liability together. In other words, I think the way the court had read it, it was sort of separate. So if it reads the tampering elements, that instruction, and then accessorial liability with that, it may clarify. Because I think the way Your Honor set it up, it's you have it separate after conspiracy, and if you read those two together, I think it answers the question without any added verbiage.
Well, I think that it's not necessary to give the jury more information than they're asking. So what the court intends to do is read count 3 again, indicate that in count 3 and in count 5, they will see the Connecticut General Statute reference to 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A. 53A-8A refers to accessorial liability. That addresses question number 2, or concern number 2. Concerning number 1, again, they're concerned about count 3, charged as an accessory. So the court is not going to indicate, other than explaining it, that it is accessorial liability, that physical contact is needed. If they have a second question about that, the court will entertain a second question. She's charged as an accessory. And the court will ask, does that respond to your question? And if the foreign person says no, then the court may have to go further.
As long as the court makes clear, though, that the party has to act with the same intent.
Well, they're not asking about that, counsel. An accessory can be charged just as the principal. That's the short answer. Well, the court will hear counsel on that response if they are not satisfied with the court's explanation. An accessory can be charged just as a principal can be charged. You wish to be heard, counsel?
I just repeat what I indicated earlier, Judge, is that they're asking a very specific question about physical contact, and the state of the law, as I understand it, is the answer is no, and I would ask the court to simply instruct them no, physical contact is not required.
Well, do you not think, counsel, that the court should also explain, again, accessorial liability pursuant to how the information charges it?
I have no objection to that. I just think that the question which is being asked should be answered more directly, because there seems to be some confusion.
Well, the court does not want to go beyond or leave their question short. Accessorial liability does not require physical contact. That's the response.
So if it doesn't require physical contact,
So
that,
rather than just say no, accessorial liability does not require physical contact.
then
You can bring the jury out.
if that's what was holding back one or more of them from saying guilty on that, then that would be the push on that one for guilt. Interesting questions. She's back in beige again.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Court has a copy of the note sent out by the foreperson on this date, the 29th of February, 2024. And the court will have this marked as court exhibit, is this 5, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Court exhibit 5. So the court will read the entire note and then answer the questions as they were posed. Your Honor, can we please receive clarification as to the verbiage of count 3? Specifically, in order to constitute tampering, does the defendant need to have physically altered, destroyed, concealed, or removed an item or thing, i.e. physical contact? The second inquiry, further, the information never mentions the term accessory or accessorial liability. Following the juror instructions would lead one to believe having accessorial liability is enough to prove a defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Is that the case, or is the section titled accessorial liability from page 44 of the jury instructions misleading? So thank you for your note. If you do not have a copy of the information, the court will read the information, count 3, and explain what those numbers at the end of that section mean. Count 3, tampering with physical evidence, and the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 within the city of Hartford, in the area of Albany Avenue, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding in violation of Section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Now, 53A-155A1 is the substantive offense of tampering with physical evidence. When you see 53A-8A, that is accessorial liability. Wherever you see that statute number, 53A-8A, that indicates accessorial liability. Number 2, further, the information never mentions the term accessorial liability or accessory. Following the juror instructions would lead one to believe having accessorial liability is enough to prove a defendant guilty of tampering with physical evidence. Is that the case, or is the section titled accessorial liability from page 44 of the jury instructions misleading? The court believes it has answered that in the first question. The answer is accessorial liability does not require physical contact. If that does not adequately respond to your inquiry, you can send the court out another note, and we invite you to just resume your deliberations.
Thank you.
She's thinking, oh, crap.
And we'll stand in a recess.
All right. So this is big because if they're asking about the physical contact and having to have physical contact, that might have been, like I said, one of the things that was keeping one or more of them from voting guilty. Like, well, we don't have, we didn't see her on the video getting rid of the evidence. We saw Fotis. They saw the fire in the fireplace. But if they were maybe holding out, not knowing if she actually had physical contact with some of the or not with some of it, with the evidence, that might have been a holdout. I'm wondering too, if now they are on to count 3, does that mean that they have already decided on count 1, which is the biggie? Because if so, that means that we could have a verdict pretty soon. Which would be, I think we'll get a verdict today. I do. I have a feeling. Who voted yesterday that we would have a verdict today before lunch? And who voted that we would have one after lunch? And then some people voted Friday and some people voted next week. I think they will have her guilty on that count now. I agree. I agree. See, and that's the thing too, cleaning the truck. She didn't actually clean the truck, but she was part of the plan to. Remember, she took the keys out of the truck when they were in the door, and they even mentioned it in closings that was likely part of her attempt to keep the truck with them over the weekend so that they would have time to clean it instead of Pavel taking it with him. And because why is she going to take them keys out of that truck? That ain't got nothing to do with her. But she took the keys out of the truck, and remember they got back and Fotis was like, oh, keys are gone. Here, just take the Raptor for the weekend. And Pavel didn't want to because he wanted to take his dirt bike. And the truck in the Raptor is a shorter bed than the Tacoma, so he couldn't fit his dirt bike in there. Imagine if he did not want to take his dirt bike that weekend and he had just left the Tacoma. It would have been, I wonder if that had happened, if they would have ever found out about taking it to the car wash. Because they found out, Pavel told them that that he thought it was weird that, you know, his boss has taken his 18-year-old work truck to have it detailed and paying for it. So I know that they mentioned it in closing that was her being an accessory to that because she was trying to prevent Pavel from taking it that weekend. In Connecticut, you never leave your keys in any vehicle or else it's gone. Well, but not in this case, because remember, this house that they were at was way off the road, and it's in like a, it's on 5 acres. It's way off the road. It wouldn't have been gone because nobody would have ever even been able to see it. It's covered it's pulled in the driveway around the other side of the house. It wasn't like just in a parking lot. It was at this, mansion on 80 Mountain Springs Road, and they were going 2 miles down the road to drop off one car and then coming right back. You think that's a mountain from an anthill? That's an interesting perspective on it. I think it's a huge deal. It's a huge deal. She would have no reason to take those keys. To me, that's not an anthill. That's a huge piece of evidence. If it were if they were leaving it in a parking lot and she saw the keys sticking on the door and she was like, oh, I should grab those, that'd be one thing. But this is a mansion off the road on 5 acres, hidden from everything else, and they were coming right back to it. She would have no reason to take those keys. And she knew that they were coming right back to it. She knew what they were doing. She would have no reason to take those keys and keep them. Even if she was trying to take those keys because she was like, oh, let me, get these out of the door so that nobody stumbles upon this, mansion on 5 acres and sees this beat up work truck and, decides to steal it. Even if that was her thought process, which makes no sense, but whatever. Even if that were her thought process, when they all got back to the house at the same time because they dropped off the Suburban. Even if that were her thought process, she'd have been like, hey, here's the keys. I grabbed them because I didn't want to leave them in the door. So that's very damning. Too many coincidences to be ignored. Yeah, they counted 31. Marie Moss counted 31 when they were doing the closings. Let's see. I text Marissa Alter asking her if the jurors are dressed up, equal split of the jury, 3 men and 3. Yeah, she said the other day 3 men and 3 women. I love that there's 6 instead of 12. But it's interesting that they're split right down the middle. I don't know. I think women may be harder on her because they're going to be, not that they're going to be referring to her as messy mistress like I do, but, she took them so it wouldn't be taken before it was clean. See, that's what I think too. I think so too. Yeah, Marissa Alter is the reporter in the courtroom. She's the one who, on lunch break, some of the stuff that that they have read, that I've read y'all, that she's talked to them and all of that. It's from her. She does a great job keeping everything updated. Kelly P. Happy 8-month anniversary. Happy 8-month anniversary. Thank you very much. Thank you. Happy 8 months. I'm losing stuff here. The keys are a big deal because he couldn't just come get his vehicle. Yeah, that's the big part. They knew that he was going right back to get his car, and she took his keys anyway, and she kept them at the house with her. And then they offered to have him take another car, and then he didn't want them to. So, I just think that's a big deal. And, you know, when it comes to the conspiracy stuff, like I was saying earlier, when you put all of the phone stuff together, that's a huge, as Rashi would say, that's a huge puzzle pieces. I think that for me, seeing that she was on his phone within 4 minutes of waking up, and that it was never Kent who was on the phone manipulating it and doing everything with it, that all of the times that it was unlocked and moved and messed with were all when she was there. To me, that's a big deal. She knew that his phone was there within 4 minutes of waking up. So, Suzanne, welcome to the family. Welcome. Pavel seems more guilty to you than, that's interesting. Why do you think that? You know that he's like his data and everything. He was at the workhouse, and he's the one who saved the seats, and he's the one who told police that those were the seats that Fotis used, or not the seats that Fotis had in the car when he used it. And I don't see it like that at all. Not even a little bit. I actually feel really bad for Pavel, because I think it was really crappy what the defense attorney did, trying to make him out to be guilty of this when, I mean, look, okay, you can even see here, Pavel, I mean, while this is happening, Pavel's got digital data points that are at that house exactly where he said he was. So, if I were him, I'd be pretty pissed. Welcome, C. Morales. Welcome to the jury. Kim Hart's organizing. Welcome to the jury. Welcome. Maybe he told police to save his own. Okay, well, interesting theory. It's not one that it's not mine. But you know, that's why they have 12 jurors instead of 1, or in this case 6 instead of 1. What do you make about the evidence where the dogs ended up at the train station? I am thinking Kent went that way. I wish we had his phone records too. You know, he had, the day after the disappearance, he fell downstairs, is what he says, and cracked the screen on his phone. So he had to get a new phone, which means they could not do the forensics download on his phone. So there was a lot of information that they could not get, which sucks, because I think it could have told us a whole lot more. I'm going to be really interested to see his trial and see what all comes out in his trial. I wish that he would not have replaced his phone, though. I would love to know more about where he was. If not for Pavel, the seats would have been gone. Yeah, Fotis told him to get rid of the seats and get rid of them so nobody would ever find them. And he thought that sounded suspicious, so he kept them. Just because the screen is cracked doesn't mean they couldn't have he got rid of the phone, though, he said. He didn't even have the phone anymore. So the very next day, he went and got a new phone. His story is that the screen was cracked, but he got a whole new phone. So when they tried to get his phone, he said, oh, I don't have it anymore. So they couldn't do anything from his phone because he told them that he didn't have it anymore. That's his story. Do a poll and ask people here who has left their vehicles unattended with the keys in the doors. I did all the time when I lived out in the country. Keep in mind, this is 5 acres that they're on. This is not just leaving the keys in the doors in a neighborhood, you know, where people can see it. This is 5 acres. They're off the road. It's hidden by trees. They're only going to be gone for, 5-10 minutes tops and then coming right back. So we used to leave our keys. I mean, we had 6 acres when I was growing up, so it's about the same. And we used to leave our keys in the doors all the time, or on the tires all the time. Regina Crawford gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Regina Crawford. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome to the new folks. You look good in green. Thank you. David Welsh, Kathy Kewen, Ashby, Dawn, Camilla, and Margie Betty were all gifted memberships by Regina Crawford. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, they were still able to pull his records and get what they could, but there's stuff that they couldn't get because there are still things that you cannot get from just the records. Like, there are some things that don't go to cloud. There are some things that you can't get from subpoena, to the phone companies to get the records. There are a lot of things that you can get on the actual phone itself that don't necessarily show up anywhere else. So they were able to get that stuff, but there was a lot that we missed out on knowing because he got rid of his phone. He got a new phone because it had evidence of his involvement. That's what I think too. Little B, welcome. Camilla gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Camilla. Let's see. Britt K, Cirque Lopez, G Shan. I need my old lady glasses. Linda, Kendra, John. I'm sure I say names wrong all the time. I apologize. I do try. Welcome, y'all. Look good in green. Thank you so much, Camilla, for gifting memberships. Thank you. Okay, let's see. So, do you think that first of all, do you think that the jury will put together this stuff? Like, the times, because I had to put this together from different reports and different witnesses. Do you think that they will put this together, that like the time that she woke up and then she was on his phone within 4 minutes, and the times that it was manipulated were when she was there but not when she was gone? Do you think they'll put that together? C. Morales, thank you, Brandi and Mods. Being here is best. Thank you, thank you. Happy 9-month anniversary. Happy 9-month anniversary. I'm glad to have you. You don't think the jury will? I think that because that first charge is so big and it's the one that's the most questionable, I guess, I think I would, because so much rides on it, I think I would have to, which of course y'all know me, I'm weird and I'm an obsessor anyway, and I'm all about the timelines and the details. So for me, I think there's so much pressure on that decision that I would have to put it all together, but no matter how long it took. But I'm wondering if it's something that they put together. And I'm wondering if, because they had the question about count 3, if that means that they've already agreed on the others, or if they're trying to, like if they're stuck on one of the others and they're trying to get some of the lesser charges out of the way. I don't know. Taking the keys, lying about taking a shower with Fotis are both red flags to me. Yeah. And, you know, even she changed, in different interviews, she changed what she said he was wearing a couple times. So, I mean, there were a lot of things that she changed. And it wasn't just like, I think we did this. She was very specific and very, like, intentional with what she was saying. So the whole thing about she was confused because she speaks Spanish is BS. She lied about a lot. A lot. And that's hard to overcome. I mean, think about how many trials. Once you know that a defendant has lied about, especially about something big, or if they've lied more than once in multiple occasions, their credibility goes out the window. And juries do not forgive that very easily. She changed items after police brought forth the evidence, important evidence. Yeah, she would change her story based on what they would tell her that they knew she was lying about. Which is, I mean, that's incriminating in and of itself. So, I put all of this together. You know, the thing in the morning was one of my biggest things, because I really wanted to see her activity compared with everything before, like while the murder was going on. Because I kept thinking, would it work? Would it be reasonable? Because reasonable has to be reasonable. Would it be reasonable that he came home and told her what he had done, and she, you know, panicked and thought she had to help him, and, you know, whatever. I kept thinking, is that reasonable? And the only way to know if it's reasonable is to put everything together and see if it fits. So I put everything together, all the stuff that we know, to see if it fits. And it kind of doesn't. Because Can they find her guilty and not guilty on the counts, or do they all need they can do, yeah, different counts can have different verdicts. So they have to agree unanimously for each different count of what she was charged with. And if they don't agree unanimously, let's say that they agree on 2 of them, but not on 1 of them, or, you know, agree on all of them except for 1 or whatever, she could be convicted for those things, and then they can either drop the last charge, or or it'd be considered hung jury for that charge, or they can do a retrial of just that 1 charge. There was, what case was it that we watched a few months ago where whoever it was had been convicted of whatever the charges were. It was like murder, and then I don't know, like abusing a corpse or what, like that. I just made that up. I don't remember what it was, but whatever the you know, murder's always like that. That's like the that's the biggie. That's the biggie. And then there's always like, okay, you murdered somebody, that's like pretty much as bad as it gets. But then you did all of these other things too. Like in this case, you know, the tampering with evidence and hindering investigation and stuff like that. So whoever it was convicted of the smaller ones, but they couldn't agree. It was a hung, like they all agreed guilty on those, but it was a hung jury on the murder charge. So those convictions stood, but they had to do a whole nother trial just for the murder charge. We watched it months ago, and I cannot remember which one it was. But, you know, everything runs together. My brain's foggy now. Was it the bar fight one? It may have been the bar fight one. I really can't remember. Cannot remember. But if you look at her activity that day, the big thing, other than all of her lies, are getting on his phone right away, on his phone off and on during the morning, and then she left. She goes and runs her errands, comes back. All of the back and forth driving, the fires is a big one. Taking his keys is a huge one. Taking his keys is a huge one to me. The fires are big. And then they're on La Tour de trash cans, and she doesn't like say, hey, this is weird. And then all those lies. Get in the car, says, I'm from South Carolina. You don't leave them in the door. You leave them on the dash, the floor, the seat, but not stuck in the door. I've left mine stuck in the door all the time. I worked at a body shop too, and so like we would stick them in the door so they could be easy to find when you moved them to different parts of the shop and stuff. So maybe that's why I always left in the door. We used to like farm trucks and stuff, and I mean, just it wasn't weird for us, but they're just easier to find. Which points to the evidence of tampering, not the conspiracy. All of the after the fact stuff is the tampering. The lies would be hindering the investigation. But man, that alibi sheet, that alibi script, I don't know, it's a lot. Let's watch the thing from this morning real quick. They were shoehorning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm going to miss this judge.
Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may retire to the deliberation room.
Thank you.
We'll stand in a recess.
Isn't this... Didn't he... Did I miss it? Didn't he complain this morning? Hold on. Maybe it's on another feed. Maybe it's another feed. Let me look. Oh dang, what happened? What'd I do?
And the note reads,
No, that was the note. Did they not broadcast it? I saw it from... Dang, I guess they didn't. They had... Law and Crime showed it. Let me look at theirs. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, here's the Law and Crime one. This is all the way back at the beginning. It skips. It skips on... What, on Law and Crime? Let's see.
I'll open it back in session.
please be seated. Thank you. There's no interpreter, but the court is just going to release the jury for lunch.
I explained that to my client. That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. We'll take the timer down for a little bit. They're at lunch. All right, let me see. Mermaid Mary B, thank you. Bye. Yak cheese chew for Lucy. My pups love them. Lucy's a great emotional support pup while we watch these sad files of crazy characters. She is a good emotional support pup. Thank you so much.
Please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, have a good lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Why don't I see it
Stand in
on?
a recess.
It's not on Law and Crimes. It was this morning, right? So why isn't it on there? Yeah, like she couldn't understand that without an interpreter. I don't have an interpreter to tell them that we're sending the jury to lunch. She heard you. She speaks it. Oh, they ended the first stream. That's why I can't find it. And it's not on here. And it's not on. It's not on this one. This is just the jury coming in. So I guess they don't. Well, that stinks. I wanted to watch it. I saw that Shoehorn was complaining about. Here, let me pull it up. Marissa Alter, the one who I mentioned is in the courtroom. Okay, let's see. So this is what she says. This is her Twitter. This is what she says. Once the jury retired this morning, defense attorney Shoehorn brought up concerns. It says when she retired. So wait, do they show it after? Or was it like right after they retired? Wouldn't that have been like right here? I don't know. Okay. Whatever. Once the jury retired this morning, defense attorney John Shoehorn, Schoenhorn, I know we keep calling him Shoehorn because it sounds like that, but brought up concerns that media reports said Jennifer Dulos' loved ones were blowing kisses or making hearts to the prosecution witnesses. This is clearly based on a tweet from me yesterday, which was erroneously misinterpreted. I mentioned that a loved one blew a kiss to investigators before the jury came in. This was before court was even in session. We just filed into the courtroom and we were waiting. So he apparently wanted something to be done about it. She said, let's see, let me find what she said about... Oh, here it is. She said, here's my tweet from yesterday. It says that one of Jennifer Dulos' loved ones blew them a kiss from 2 rows up before the jury was brought in. She said before the jury was brought in. So that's like, who cares? But yet, I guess Shoehorn does. So I guess he wanted the judge to do something about it. But obviously there's nothing to do because it was before the jury came in. But, you know, I understand that too. Like, it, you know, Jennifer Dulos' loved one, when it says blue kiss, like, you know, that could have just been like, you know, who knows? But if you have somebody who's working really hard to get justice for your loved one, then you do tend to have a like a emotional bond to that person, you know. So I could see it. Let's see. Reportedly, Jennifer's mom and the 5 kids were in court for closing arguments. Must have been so sad for them to hear. Yeah, I saw that they were in there yesterday, and she was saying that there were more people in there yesterday than there were any other time. How crazy it was. Let me. This while they're at lunch, we'll look at this. There's one other thing. Oh, this was something I noticed too. One other thing I wanted to point out before we move on from the timeline. The steps. Remember, Fotis pulled back into the workhouse at 80 Mountain Springs at 12:22. He was seen pulling back in, and then his phone records 400 plus steps, and he makes a phone call around 1:19, and then you can see them leaving shortly after that. He and Michelle both leave in separate cars and go from the house to the workhouse. So at some point, he got from the workhouse at 80 Mountain Springs to 4 Jefferson Crossing. Did he take the bike? Did he jog? We remember the neighbor saw him jogging later that day. Possibly took the bike, but he ended up getting back to the house and then drove the Suburban back over there. One other thing that I noticed when I was putting all this together too is the times that she is at the workhouse, she is never there. She said she was there cleaning and said she mentioned the things that she said she had cleaned while she was there. And there was never enough time. She was never at that house long enough to have actually cleaned the things that she said she cleaned. That was something that, when you put it all together, you can see too. It also goes against her alibi script. Let me pull up the alibi script and I'll show you. Because compared to this, it ain't, alibi script ain't alibying. Let's see, let me find it. I saved the screenshot of it. Okay. I have so much on my screen right now. All right. If you look at this compared to the alibi script compared to what actually happened, her math ain't mathin', y'all. Okay, so 6:40 is her alarm, right? We had talked about that before. And then, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. We had talked about the alarm. So the alarm goes off at 6:40, and then like we said earlier, you know, obviously her she's on Fotis's phone minutes later. She says she woke up, went to room, took shower with Fotis, black leggings, black Adidas, black sweater, So she even has in her I'm distracted. Sorry. She even has in her alibi script what she wore. All right. So 7:10 made juice for Nicole and kids of school. Made scrambled eggs for Nicole. So all of this at 7:10. So what was she doing at 7:10? Well, at 7:01, she's messing with his phone again. So 7:10, there's not anything around that time. So that could have been, she may have actually been making breakfast. She could have been. At 7:20, she took Nicole to school. Now remember, Kent got there at 7:21. So we know that she left shortly after that. Which is why I think that he was there just in case that phone rang. Because somebody needed to be there to take the alibi call if it came in while she was gone. So she leaves to take Nicole to school right after Kent arrived. So that part at least is right. At 8:12, she says she got back home. 8:12 is very specific. But it was actually 8:01. I think that's kind of interesting. She said 8:12 on the alibi script, but she's seen on camera pulling back into the house at 8:01. 8:12 is very specific. And she unlocked his phone at 8:07. But she says she got there at 8:12. So, it's so specific. At 8:30, she cooked an omelet. This is about the time she's unlocking his phone again. At 9 o'clock, went to take bag of something to warehouse and saw Hutch and secretary. Bag of what? Bag of something. But she said that was it. Now the alibi script says 9. She says later that it was 9:10, which is more, fits more with the data that we actually know. But the alibi script said 9. And then 9:30 went to Stop and Shop, and then 10:30 back home with groceries. And then 11 went to Peta's shop to say bye. Peta is the one who was her friend who testified and was trying to, kind of smooth over some of the lies and all of that. So she said that she went there at 11, which is that part is right. 11:30 went to pond to ski and no one was there to pull me. Okay, this is kind of interesting too because she says that she did that at 11:30, right? But I think that's weird because she said that she went to the pond at 11:30 to ski, but she had already gone to the pond once. Because remember, she went to the that where she went to meet Hutch to take his wife's purse is at the pond. Like he has that he owns the storage place that's kind of like in front of it, like connected to it. So she had already gone there once. So she says she went to the pond to ski, but no one was there to pull her. So then she left and she went to have lunch with Fotis. And she even wrote down what they had. She says that she was home between 12 and 3:30. And then at 3:30, she went with cleaning supplies to 80 Mountain Springs and drove back and forth. Now, that's also a big fat lie because we know that she got back home at 11:52, which would have been about the time which would have made Peta's time on what time she came. She said she came about 11. She stayed maybe 45 minutes-ish and then like was talking to her and stuff and then left. So that would put her getting home about that time. So that part would have lined up with what they said. The stuff about how she was home that whole time, she had lunch with Fotis and she was home that whole time and then she went at 3:30. That's a big fat lie, because she was driving back and forth already by 1:30. At 1:32, she drove to the workhouse, and then she goes back to the house at 1:41, so only a few minutes later. And then back to the workhouse a few minutes after that. And then she's at the workhouse for 25 minutes, and then she goes back to her house. Then she's at home for an hour and a half and has multiple fires going. There's fire for a little bit, like smoke coming out of the chimney, and then there's not, and there's smoke coming out of the chimney. And so she's at home for almost an hour and a half, and she has fires going. Then she goes back to the workhouse at 3:53, and she's there long enough basically to just... She pulls in, makes a call to Fotis, and then gets directly in the Suburban. So she goes and just drops the Jeep off and takes the Suburban. Her Bluetooth on her phone connects to the Bluetooth in the Suburban, like right when she gets there. So she literally just goes and swaps cars, takes Fotis's phone, and goes back to the house. So now she's driving the Suburban. She goes back home with Fotis's phone. She said she took it to go plug it in, right? Totally makes sense. So she drops Fotis's phone off that apparently needed to be charged even though it was home all day. But okay. Drops Fotis's phone off, and then she leaves again minutes later. And this is when she sends that weird text, that WhatsApp text that said, now I'm naked with the winky face at 4:16. So she dropped Fotis's phone off after she swapped cars and then sent that weird message, which is just weird. And then she goes back to the workhouse, and then it's not too long after that when, like about 30 minutes later, when Pavel pulls in. So the only time that she was there for once for like 25 minutes and once for like almost half an hour, or about half an hour. But even when Pavel said that he pulled in, they were out in the parking lot. And you remember she said that they were out there like getting it on by his truck, like in the passenger seat of his truck. So if they had the door open to the truck, then what were they really doing in the truck? I think that they were there cleaning it, along with, cleaning whatever else they needed to do, getting, trying to get rid of stuff. And she kept going back and forth, and she's burning stuff. So I think that I'm naked with the winky face was definitely code for something. I have, it also, obviously, it bothers me about where Jennifer's body is. I have wondered if, and this is just pure speculation, I have wondered if Kent left for Jefferson Crossing and went to meet Fotis after. And then could he have been the one who, could he have helped dispose of the body? I don't know. It's strange to me that they had her shirt and her bra, but no pants or shoes. And it's strange to me that they had to have they had to have, and I know we've talked about possibly, dismembering her and stuff. We talked about her possibly being in a body of water, but it bothers me what all Kent's involvement is, and I wonder where Jennifer's body ended up. He was at that workhouse for a long time, but remember, Pavel said that when he got there, they walked around to different parts because they were looking at, what did he say, like grass seeds or something that had been growing. And they did a showing there that weekend, just a short showing. So they wouldn't have left a body there, to dispose of later. Fotis was there for 3.5 hours that day. What was he doing for those 3.5 hours? I don't know. It's interesting. But her alibi script did not line up with what actually happened. So there's that. Sad. Very sad. All right, let's see. All righty. Is it possible that he hired a hit? I'm just not completely sold that he killed her himself. I don't think so. No. I'm completely sold that he did it himself. I don't think that he would have. There's too much evidence that he did it. All bags were not recovered, and that's one of the things that I've thought before too. That it could be that the pants. I think I said this a couple days ago when we were talking about it. It could be that the pants and shoes and stuff were in a different bag that wasn't recovered. They went to the dump where they had taken the trash cans that had already been gathered. They did go to that dump, but I don't know that they know that for sure that they got everything. It's also interesting. He is a control freak. He's definitely a control freak. And we've seen that even with the people who worked for him, talking about, what a control freak he was. It's interesting to me too. Remember, her friend was talking about how weeks before Jennifer's disappearance, she was talking about moving to Vail, Colorado, and even said something about how she, had an apartment lined up to move to Vail, Colorado. And she had said that this was, it almost seems like she had said that this was 2 years of torture and stuff like that. It almost seems like an ultimatum. Like, either you get, and this is, again, pure speculation, just talking about different theories. It could have been, either you get rid of her or I'm gone. I'm going to Colorado. Or even if she said she was going, I'm gone, I'm going to Colorado. And he was like, well, I can't let that happen. So then, they planned it, or he planned it, or him and Kent planned it, or him and Kent and Michelle planned it, or whatever. We know that shallow grave was, what, a month before this happened? So this had to have been in the works if that was related, which it is believed it was. If that shallow grave with the tarp and the bags of lye were related to this, then that would have been at least a month before this happened, which would have been kind of, right around the time that she was saying that she was going to move. So I wish that in his stupid letter that he left, instead of saying, these people are innocent, don't go after them, because that's not, police are going to be like, oh, okay, well, Fotis said they're innocent, so let's just drop all charges. I think instead of wasting his ink on that, he should have said where Jennifer's body was, at least given her family and their children, that. But he's a piece of crap, so, he doesn't care about anybody but himself. So, of course, he didn't do that. Hello, pretty girl. Look at that little face. Look at that little ponytail. Oh, well. All right. At the time he did that, yeah, he already had another one. He'd already moved on. He's, that's the thing about narcissists. They cannot be alone. They have to have somebody. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Had Fotis hired a hitman, he wouldn't have engaged in the cleanup. He'd have made sure he was seen all over town, in my opinion. I agree. Yeah, he would have done how Michelle was doing, where she was making sure that she was seen and pictures were taken and all of that. He'd have been doing the same thing. He wouldn't have had to leave his phone at home for an alibi call and all of that. And then keep in mind, too, that antique style bike, that he's had since he was 18, and it was seen on camera, and now it's, then it comes up missing, too, after it's seen in the back of the truck and on camera. And he's had it since he was 18, and now all of a sudden it's gone, too. Where'd the bike go? I know they took dogs and checked, some of his work projects and dump sites and stuff like that. But I don't know, which is kind of part of what makes me think, potentially body of water, because they did take dogs out and check multiple places. So I don't know. It sucks. All right. So I have some stuff for us to look at. Why not burn the bra and shirt? I thought about this. I think that the stuff that was burnt was like the paper towels. They went through 11 rolls of paper towels cleaning this stuff up. I think that it's possible that some of the clothes got burnt, some of them didn't, but I think that it's my personal theory. I think that they burnt the paper towels and stuff like that would burn. I think that they were probably more worried about maybe remnants being left with clothes and stuff, because those don't burn all the way to ashes like paper towels and stuff like that will. So maybe. Let's see. Maybe he got naked. She took his clothes to burn, and the text is about her now being naked, burning her clothes. It's possible. That naked text, to be in a group text, it has to mean something. Code for something. And keep in mind, they didn't search their house at 4 Jefferson Crossing until, June 2nd? I think. So even after the fires, she had time to, sweep up the ashes and remnants and stuff like that and get rid of it. What stinks is that there's so much that we can only speculate on because he's a piece of crap and offed himself without giving any information. I think Kent took the body. Maybe they all later buried or disposed of the body over the border in New York. I wish we had Kent's full whereabouts that day. Because I don't have any information on him or where he went after whatever time that was. 8:41, I think is what it was. Let's do a poll. If you are on the jury, what would your vote for conspiracy for murder be? Guilty? Not guilty. Everything plastic and nylon thrown away, as it doesn't burn well, leaves residue. I wish they'd been able to use Michelle's phone too. Kent's trial, I can't wait for that either, because there's so much more stuff that's going to come out, and I feel like it's going to put so many more of the pieces of this together. I don't think that his trial date has been set yet. Or when I last looked, which was, I think, 5 or 6 weeks ago when this trial started, they had not set it yet. Let me look. Let's see. Let's see what we can find out about Kent. She gone again. Lucy just disappears. Trial date. Yeah, it's not set yet. I don't think. Oh my gosh. My back. Yeah, he's got hearings set, but no trial date yet. Annie, welcome. Welcome to the jury. We're glad to have you. Welcome. Okay, so guilty has gone up since we last did our poll on the conspiracy to commit murder. It's gone up. It's at 89% now. It was, I think the first time we did this before closings was after all the evidence was presented, but it was before closings. I think it was like, what, 72% or something like that. And then after closings, it went up to like 79%, and now it's gone up to 89%. Interesting. Yeah, I can show you a picture of Ken. Hold on. Actually, I had some stuff saved for us to look at too. Let me get my life together. Hold on. Watch later. I saved some stuff for us to watch too. I picked a few things. Testimonies of defendants who took the stand in their own trials that were kind of like crazy and shocking for us to watch while we're waiting too. All right, let's see. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This is this it? Yeah, this is it. Oh, no, wait, that's not it. That's the one I played yesterday. That was the voicemails one that we listened to yesterday. Maybe I don't have it saved. I have her hearings saved too. The some of the motion hearings and stuff like that. Oh, and this. Hold on, let me.
Estranged husband of missing Connecticut mother Jennifer Dulos was back on the stand today in Hartford for day 2 of a civil trial. Fotis Dulos is being sued by his wife's family. They say that he did not repay nearly $2 million in loans from his wife's late father for Dulos's home building business. Dulos says his father-in-law told him the money was a gift. The lawsuit was filed more than a year before Jennifer Dulos vanished in May. Now, there is a gag order in this case, but Fotis Dulos had this to say outside of court late this afternoon.
All I want to say is that I wish Jennifer and her family happy holidays. And I just pray that they give my kids my love and my best wishes.
Dulos is charged with evidence tampering and hindering prosecution in Jennifer Dulos's disappearance.
What a piece of crap. You know, to say like, oh, I just want to wish Jennifer, you know, what? Shut up. You shouldn't even be allowed to speak. That makes me so mad. Knowing that he's responsible for that, please, and give my kids love. You know what you could have given your kids? A freaking mom to watch them grow up, but you took that from them. So sit down and shut up. Nobody wants to see your face. but what do I know? Let's see, there's a motion.
All right, good morning. This is
one of the motions hearings. Look.
State of Connecticut versus Michelle Troconis. Would counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Richard Colangelo with Dan Cummings and Paul Forensic for the state.
Thank you.
John Schoenhorn representing Michelle Troconis, who's appearing remotely today.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, ma'am. Well, before the court today is the state's motion to join these informations and the defense objection thereto. The court would also like to take up the defense motion to modify the non-financial conditions of Ms. Troconis' release. But I'd like to get to the motion to join their argument first. So only one state's attorney is going to be making the argument. Who have you elected to proceed on behalf of the state?
Attorney Cummings, Your Honor.
All right, great. Attorney Cummings, you have the floor. I've read the briefs and I'm ready to listen to what you and your colleague have to say. You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I won't belabor what's in the brief. I think I summarized the state's case in there as best I could. As Your Honor's aware, having presided over this type of motion many, many times, the trial court has significant discretion in determining whether to join cases together for one trial. The interests that are promoted by joinder are large. In essence, a joint trial would ameliorate the need to put on the same witnesses repeatedly, to tie up judicial staff. It would expedite justice for both the state and the defendant. The test that our Supreme Court utilizes in determining whether a joint trial is appropriate is whether substantial injustice is going to fall on the defendant. In cases where evidence would be cross-admissible, the court has found that there is no substantial injustice, and the reasons for that are pretty, I think, obvious. If the evidence is going to come in anyway at one of the trials, then frankly, what's the point in doing it more than once? So then the only question is, does the evidence come in? And I think in a case like this, the clear answer to that is yes, the evidence is going to come in. These charges across all three docket numbers are pretty much part and parcel with each other. This is a broad conspiracy charge. There's multiple moving parts to it, but they all pertain to the same end goal, which was the scheme to murder Jennifer Dulos. Now, the conspiracy can be divided into different parts. There's the agreement, there's the overt acts and furtherance of the conspiracy, and there's the cover-up. But it's pretty impossible to put on any evidence pertaining one of those parts while segregating the rest of the evidence from the trial. I don't think the court can do that. It would take some pretty significant and very detailed rulings to do that, and I think it would unfairly prejudice the state to prohibit us from putting on the complete picture of what happened here. In this case, any evidence of the attempt to cover up the conspiracy and the actual murder would be relevant because, one, it would show the defendant's participation in the conspiracy itself. It goes to consciousness of guilt. One basis that's not enumerated in the Code of Evidence, but that our Supreme Court has long recognized, is the state's right to present a complete story of what happened. And that's been recognized throughout our case law, and I did cite that basis in my brief. I think that the story here is one that is going to require presenting a complete picture of all the evidence. There's really no way... I'm sorry, did Your Honor have a question?
No, I just want to confirm, Fernando, are we moving too fast for you, or are we is this pace acceptable? I can't hear you.
Sorry, Your Honor. Yeah, I can follow this case. It's fine.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
I won't
Thank you for
interrupt
asking.
again.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Yes.
So any of the evidence that is presented of, one, the defendant's involvement in the murder conspiracy and any overt acts and furtherance of it would also be motive evidence in the cover-up. It would, again, prove her identity. It presents a consciousness of guilt picture. And as outlined in my brief, it actually goes to the essential elements of at least one of the charges, that being the tampering charge, which requires that the state prove that the defendant have a belief in the pendency of a criminal investigation. Well, if the state is not allowed to put on the crime that would be the subject of that criminal investigation, how are we going to prove that charge? That necessarily creates a cross-admissible basis there. And as I think the court knows, it doesn't take any number of pieces of evidence. It's only one piece that the court needs to find is cross-admissible that negates the issue of prejudice. So, as I said, I think the state's case is summarized in its brief. I don't want to repeat too much of what's in there, so I'm happy to take questions, concerns from the court. Otherwise, I'll reserve any further argument to respond to issues raised by defense counsel.
Right. Well, as a preliminary matter, the court has obviously looked at your briefs and also the case law. You would concede there is a difference between joining multiple defendants in a single trial versus joining multiple files against a single defendant in the
Yes,
joint
Your Honor.
discussions.
Yes, that's a valid distinction, although the case law does permit a trial court to do both.
No, I'm aware of that, but some of the cases really do deal with multiple defendants, one trial versus multiple files, one person, one trial. So as I look at the defense objection, I'm not going to speak for Attorney Schoenhorn. I'll be giving him the floor shortly. He says on page 2, unless the state discloses what evidence it claims is cross-admissible, the motion for joinder is premature. Other than what you've already put in your brief, I do see some different bullet points on page 2 of your brief. Do you wish to elaborate on your offer of proof with respect to what might be cross-admissible?
I can, Your Honor. I just want to say I'm not familiar with any authority that requires the state to produce a shopping list of specific evidence it seeks to admit. It's more evidence of a certain type from the case. The list I provided is not completely exhaustive. I'll note the arrest warrant itself is 39 pages, and that does not begin to cover all of the evidence. So for the state to have to...
Now, that arrest warrant, we can go over some of it in a minute, because some of the stuff that they have in there is some of the inconsistencies in her story, and of course there's like the DNA evidence that's in there, and they have it kind of like in a little chart of what evidence was pulled and whose DNA was on it and that type of stuff. And it has the information about the some of the CCTV footage and, you know, who they saw where and all of that.
Identify every single piece of evidence it wants to produce. And the cross-admissible basis, I think, one, is counterproductive, and two, I think if defense counsel is truly asking for that's an unreasonable request, and more important, it's one that is not required by the law. If the court finds that evidence from to prove the defendant's guilt as to one charge is it relevant in the other charges, then all of that evidence would be admissible. And as again, I said, Your Honor only needs to find one piece of evidence. But I will note that there's witness testimony regarding the defendant's involvement in getting the car cleaned. I think that would show her involvement in the attempted cover-up. That would be relevant in the actual conspiracy charge. As was recently disclosed, Mr. Mawini's testimony regarding her participation in the conspiracy would be relevant in any of the tampering and conspiracy to tamper and hindering prosecution charges. Obviously, the items that I've included in the brief itself, the alibi scripts, I think, go to both charges completely as one. They show agreement and unity of purpose between the defendant and Mr. Dulos, so they would be admissible in both the conspiracy to commit murder case as well as any of the tampering and hindering.
So this is kind of some of the stuff that's a little bit interesting about this hearing, because with him wanting to, this is obviously years ago, with him wanting to potentially do a trial together, a joint trial, he's making his case kind of by him making his case like this, he's kind of showing that like he believes that like they were, giving his reason for believing that they were like right in it together.
Prosecution charges, and again, Your Honor, I could probably go on for the rest of the day if I have to go through the entire file and point out every piece of evidence. I think if counsel believes there's specific pieces of evidence that are not cross-admissible or are otherwise excessively prejudicial, then we can take those up on a one-by-one basis. The decision by the court to join the matters for trial does not mean counsel can't raise objections to the admissibility of evidence down the road, and the court is always free to continue evaluating its joinder decision and decide to sever down the line if it decides that's a proper thing to do.
Anything further, counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Attorney Schoenhorn, we're going to get to your other motion, but I'd like you just to respond on the motion to join.
Absolutely, Your Honor. My response is actually fourfold. So I have procedural, legal, factual, and practical responses. But this is the first time I've heard that when the state claiming that it's prejudicial to the state to try these cases separately. There isn't a single case that says that. It's prejudice to the defendant, which is the cornerstone of all of the cases that talk about this issue. But let me just address. I have been unable to find, if one looks at Connecticut General Statute 5457, which is one of the bases for joinder, it specifically refers to cases pending in the same court. So when we talk about procedural, I think this motion is premature because if two of the cases, as I've argued, at least two of them, are improperly in Stanford under either statutory or constitutional law, then the court can't, out of a matter of convenience, claim, well, they're already here, I'll just combine them. There are three separate conspiracies alleged. I hear Mr. Cummings saying there's really only one conspiracy. Then where are these extra charges from? The warrants, the long-form informations that were filed last August give almost no details. I asked for a motion for bill of particulars. In one of the other pleadings, the state actually said, well, if we don't think I've been given enough information, then yes, let's file a bill of particulars, and then we'll get into more detail because the long-form information essentially just track the statute. So it's not like I can know what evidence, I'm going to emphasize factual evidence that I could rely on or the state can rely on to say that it's cross-admissible. Their only argument in their memo is that it's cross-admissible, not any other reason as I understand it. Be that as it may, to say that the warrants set forth their case also raises the issue. I have filed now 2 motions to dismiss. There are several motions to suppress. Let me be clear, if it's not clear, I've alleged in those motions that the warrants themselves contain outright falsehoods, reckless disregards of the truth, and important and material omissions. Unfortunately, Your Honor, you can't hear those. By statute, and by the case law, you are prohibited from considering that. So
I'm aware of that, counsel. But also, there is 100 pages of details set forth in those various warrants. I know you allege inaccuracies or omissions, but to say you don't have information, how do you respond? The state did lay out very lengthy affidavits. The factual accuracy of that will have to await a determination by one of my colleagues, but it's not that you are bereft of information, is it?
Well, I'm bereft of evidence that would be admissible in court. I submit that what Kimball wrote in those warrants is mostly theory, speculation. It might be evidence admissible against Mr. Dulos if he was still a defendant in a case. If there was a case pending against Mr. Dulos, then the argument would be different as to whether or not the case should be consolidated against my client. But under the circumstances, almost everything that's set forth in that warrant has nothing to do with Miss Troconis. Even the pejorative remark by Mr. Cummings that there are alibi script. There's no such thing. There's a factually 99% accurate information, including her cell phone records, that were spelled out. And if we would...
Okay, it's kind of funny hearing him say that now, because we know, we just went over the alibi script and how it compares to all of the information that came out, and 99% accurate? No sirree, Bob.
If the court ordered the release of the interrogation videos of my client, there's, I believe, 7-8 hours of that. She explains in that the divorce lawyer, Jacob Petranka, told Mr. Dulos to keep track of what was going on that Friday because he had gotten a report that Jennifer Dulos was missing and they should keep track of their whereabouts. The original of those documents, I want to emphasize, the original of those documents were given to Attorney Bowman. The police and Mr. Colangelo all know that. They were sitting in the room on June 6th when Mr. Bowman confirmed that he had that those documents were given to him. So whatever the police found at the house was a copy, a photocopy of something, not what was given to the lawyer. So to suggest that this is, quote, evidence, unquote, at the very least, they would have to set forth what is actually admissible against my client. I understand there's things like a person in the distance riding a bicycle. So we think that is Fotis Dulos. We think that's the red truck that belongs to one of the employees of the Ford Group. We think that Fotis Dulos was driving it. But let's be clear, Your Honor, they would, at least in writing, have to set forth what evidence is cross-admissible. They mistake oral argument. They mistake theory versus evidence that is cross-admissible. Keep in mind, Your Honor, one of these charges is pretty clear, is conspiracy to commit murder. The claim in that case is somebody was, stabbed, cut up. They claim that there was a substantial amount of blood. That is belied by the evidence. Again, they want to put that in writing and say, yes, there was a substantial amount of blood. There's no such evidence that I'm aware of. None. As even the motion I filed today, again, it goes to the lack of probable cause. They found 3 billionths of a gram of DNA on a car seat that had been in the truck. To suggest that from that you can show a conspiracy to clean a truck because she picked up Fotis Dulos at the car wash to go to see her lawyer, that's what was the next stop, her lawyer's office. Again, it's just pure speculation. So to even suggest that, okay, she picked him up at the car wash, that should be combined with the allegations of an actual murder that they're alleging. I don't believe that they have yet to prove an actual murder took place down in New Canaan, is where the concept of prejudice is, unless I see some actual evidence that they intend to offer to show that. So to give me a perfect example, Your Honor, just for sake of argument, argue that she helped Fotis Dulos clean up and throw away trash in Hartford and Albany Avenue, which is the first arrest.
Jury is back to deliberating now.
In their memorandum, they say she acted as a lookout. There's zero evidence of that. So I would like to know what evidence they would intend to show that she was a lookout. Looking out for what? It was in the middle of a public street, a major traffic thoroughfare in Hartford, and traffic is going by. It's a middle of the late afternoon. It's not dark. So looking out for what? The sanitation truck? I don't understand that there's actually evidence that they would intend to offer that they could show is cross-admissible, because after all, charges like tampering and hindering, you don't actually have to prove the underlying crime to be proven. You just have to prove that she was aware there was a police investigation or an underlying felony, believed there was an underlying felony, that she would be trying to get rid of evidence or in some way destroy evidence, which is what those charges are about. You don't even have to, you just have to prove there was an investigation as to that with regard to tampering. You don't even need to have a completed investigation or prove the underlying offense. So to suggest that they need to prove an actual murder occurred and that there was a conspiracy to commit it just to show that she helped dispose of evidence and was aware of it, that's not the law, Your Honor. That's simply not the law. So, like I said, I don't even have all of the discovery. I keep filing, and that's part of the problem, even with this motion being heard at this time. Your Honor has yet to move on the rule on the venue question, and that's why, the question is whether those need to be ruled on first, number one. But also, number two, it's not like the Wheel of Fortune or the board game Battleship, where I file a motion for discovery, they give me a massive amount of stuff, and I'll just note, it's a document dump. There's no, for most part, indexing. They give me 5 or 6 phone, GPS, and what I call cell records for multiple phones. It's not searchable. It's given to me in a form that I have to look through, so I can spend days, weeks, which I've done, and then I notice something's missing. I file another motion. I don't get it until after I filed the motion, maybe a day or so before we're having another pre-trial. Like I just got last week, Thursday or Friday, some additional material, which we'll talk about in a minute. But I'm just saying, I still don't have everything, and I'm going to have one of the state's attorneys there say that there is nothing else, and I just don't buy that. But I wouldn't want them to say that on the record, because I know there are still things that I don't have. In addition to that, Your Honor, if in fact because there are also motions to suppress 90%, perhaps, and again, Your Honor's not ruling on these, so I don't want to put you in the uncomfortable position of having to consider the likelihood that some or all of the evidence that I've already filed motions to suppress and dismiss on will not come in. And therefore, the court is making a decision on something, whereas what they claim they're going to offer is not even going to come into evidence. That's another reason why I submit that consolidating them at this point is completely premature. And part of the awkwardness of that, Your Honor, is that part of the allegations in this is that you personally were misled by the investigators in this case. And then the state adds extra conspiracy charges, I know, without probable cause. If there's only one conspiracy, as I hear Mr. Cummings say, then nolly those other charges. In fact, toss out 2 of the 3 criminal cases, and we don't have to worry about consolidation. We have one criminal information. They still are within the statute of limitations that they want to add a tampering and a hindering to that. But the idea that 2 cases in Hartford should be moved without agreement to another judicial district just for the sake of convenience for the state, I don't think there's a single case that I could find in Connecticut that allows that. And so therefore, I submit that proper jurisdiction is one of those issues that would have to be decided first before it would be allowed to be presented in that way.
Please bring up the bunny.
I understand
Bring up the bunny.
convenience. You know, that's usually a legitimate argument that the state has made, but I don't think it overcomes either the statutory jurisdiction requirement or, as I've argued, a Sixth Amendment constitutional argument that a case has to be tried in the jurisdiction created by law, in this case by the Connecticut legislature. The one thing I want to talk to as an aside, and the state keeps bringing it up.
Okay, so here's my thing with Shoehorn. He's like, did your kids, when they were little, did they ever like want something? Like, let's say you're at the grocery store and they want like, you know, like a bag of cookies or something. And they sit there and talk until you finally give in. You're like, okay, just put them in the buggy and just shut up. I think that might be his tactic. Like, just let me just keep talking until they are about to go crazy and just give me my way. I think that may be his tactic. I think he is pretty smart. He's a smart cookie when it comes to the law. There are a lot of arguments he makes where you can tell that he has thought this out. I think it would be, I don't envy his job. I think that to have a client that isn't a good person would be really hard. I think having a client that you know is guilty would be really hard. And, you know, I said that. Remember when we were watching Business? I was like, man, I feel so bad for that attorney because, like, how hard is it to, like, I can't even imagine how hard it would be to get up there and have to do your job, but really just, you know, not like your client. Like, I can't imagine how hard that would be. So I feel bad for him, but man, does he talk a lot. Let's take a break from him for a minute. There is, so that warrant that they brought up a few minutes ago, here, I'm going to keep him on pause. We can listen to more of the hearing in a minute, but I need to give my ears a break. The warrant that they brought up a minute ago, it's long. He said that it was like 100 and something pages, and each one is 100 and something pages, and there are multiple warrant applications for different things. And there's actually information in some of those that's not in the original arrest warrants. So we can look at some of that for a minute. Also, I wanted to read this. This is an article that I had saved. This is about that call from Andreas. Remember, they said that Andreas would not talk to anyone. He refused to talk to anyone or cooperate over in Greece. So this says, let's see. Where is it? Okay, so this says, during Michelle Troconis' latest pretrial hearing, her attorney told the judge that state prosecutors have provided documents from the Department of Homeland Security's investigation that indicate law enforcement suspected that Fotis Dulos' friend, Andreas, I ain't even going to attempt that last name. Ain't even going to attempt it. Helped him create an alibi for his wife's disappearance. The court documents detail why federal investigators wanted to search his Andreas' cell phone. In the 17-page search warrant application filed a little more than 4 months after Jennifer's disappearance, oh, I have the wrong, oh, hold on. You just wait right there. Hold on. Hold, please. Sorry, the time was wrong. Okay. The 17-page search warrant application filed a little more than 4 months after Jennifer's death and disappearance in 2019. The special agent with Homeland Security asked federal judge for advanced forensic examination of the cell phone for Andreas. According to the court documents, the Samsung Galaxy cell phone was seized by federal agents at Newark Liberty International Airport on June 25th, 2019, 1 month after Jennifer's death, when Andreas flew there to visit and stay with Dulos at his Farmington home. That's pretty much 1 month after, 1 month and 1 day or whatever, after Jennifer's disappearance. Andreas flew here, and by here I just mean to the States, and stayed with Fotis in his Farmington home. Earlier that month at the home, Connecticut State Police had found what they referred to as alibi scripts, handwritten notes by Dulos and his then girlfriend, Michelle Troconis. I hate that they call her girlfriend. His then mistress, Michelle Troconis, detailing their activities the day of Jennifer's disappearance. Of particular note, one of the entries, which is roughly translated from Greek to English on the alibi scripts, was 8:27, Andreas called and telephoned briefly, believed by the special agent to have been in reference to a planned alibi call from Andreas. They said that Troconis told them she and Dulos' former attorney and friend, Kent Mulhaney, were standing in Dulos' business office in the Farmington home when the phone rang and Mulhaney motioned for her to answer it. And then they talk about that text from the night before where the text from Fotis saying that he texted him and told him to call him that next morning. It says, according to special agent, approximately 4 minutes after placing the call to Dulos' iPhone in which he spoke to Troconis, Andreas created a calendar entry in Greek, which roughly translates to telephone Totus. Totus. Tongue twister. Telephone Fotis. The entry is for 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. So he, after Fotis told him to call in the morning, he put the reminder in his phone, in his calendar, so that he wouldn't forget to call. Now, look, I love my friends. But if you tell me to call around 8:30 in the morning, which is whatever, 3:30 his time. If you tell me, hey, call me about 3:30 tomorrow, I ain't putting a reminder on my phone. But that's just me. What do I know? I'm not on my phone much anyway. So kind of interesting. He put the entry in his phone. Okay, the special agent saying, I believe the entry about speaking to Fotis was a false entry made in an attempt to conspire with Dulos to create an alibi for him. The special agent later finding almost 2 hours after the call to Dulos' iPhone, and by the time authorities believed Jennifer Dulos was already dead, Andreas, via WhatsApp, sent a link to a common internet meme. So that's the one that was the, you have two choices. You could spend the rest of your life with your wife. A, you could spend the rest of your life with your wife, or B, and the guy's like, B, he doesn't even have to hear B. He just knows that B will be anything other than spending the rest of your life with your wife, which is suspicious when you look at how the timing was. However, like I sent a meme, you know, I think I even posted it on Facebook or something that said, you know, anytime someone is murdered, the spouse is automatically the first suspect. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all you need to know about marriage. I sent that because it's funny and it's also true. But it's not suspicious for me because through the grace of God, I didn't off my ex-husband. So it's not suspicious. Now, if I had, you know, then it would be more suspicious. But otherwise, it's just kind of, you know, whatever. So it could be coincidence, but it's because of the timing, it's just a little off. Let's see. The special agent told the judge there's probable cause that Andreas' phone contained evidence of a crime, including interstate domestic violence, obstruction of justice, aiding and abetting, and conspiracy to violate U.S. laws. NBC Connecticut NBC Connecticut called Andreas' cell phone number listed in the search warrant. The man on the line told us, quote, "No thank you," end quote, when NBC Connecticut asked for a comment. So that's Andreas. That's kind of interesting. Let's see. Oh my gosh, my back. All right, let's see. All right, I'm going to let y'all vote on what we do next while we're waiting. Start a poll. Okay, so here are the options. I have the warrant applications, which, I mean, it's 467 pages. A lot of it is repetitive, so it's not like reading 467 pages, but you just you kind of like skip over like the paperwork part and get to the evidence part. There are some things on here that are things like we just heard, like things that didn't come out in the trial and stuff like that. So we can look at some of that. That's option number 1. Okay, so option number 1, what next? The arrest warrant. Okay, option number 2 is listen to more of the pre-trial hearing. Oh, what'd I do? Continue. Option number 3 is I have pulled some testimony from people who have testified in their own defense, and some of the ones that are like kind of crazy. So we can watch those. Testimony of crazy cases. I know. Stop pushing buttons. I know. Stop pushing buttons, Brandi. All right. So I'm going to give y'all a minute to vote on which of those 3 you want to do next with our time. I'm going to learn one day. Oh, y'all want to see the prosecution rebuttal again? Okay, most of you are voting testimony of crazy cases. So let me... All right, so that one wins that. Okay, so now let me do another poll. Start a poll. Which next? Okay, the prosecution rebuttal or testimony of crazy cases. All right, I'll let y'all, because I didn't put that one on the last one. It looks like we're going testimony of crazy cases. Okay. All right, there are a few that, okay, I'll end it. It's 70% now. So there are a few that I have pulled. That are kind of crazy. We can choose between which ones. So there are, let me see. I jotted them down. All right, so here are the 4 that I had found for today that we can watch. Any of the 4. And we can do a vote on them too. Here's our next poll. Start a poll. Which one? All right, so the first one is Scott Nelson. This is in Florida. Shocker. And it's okay, so basically this guy oh, Renee, thank you. Thank you for the awesome timelines. Also, random thought, what happened to Michelle's poor daughter in the wake of this tragedy? She had nothing to do with this, but was formerly so involved in the community. Yeah, I feel bad for Nicole. I think that, I think it's, I hate that. I hate that for her. I know that Michelle right now is out on bond. If she, if they end up coming back with guilty verdicts and Michelle goes to prison, then I know that is going to be hard on Nicole, and I do feel bad for her. That is sad. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Let's see. All right. All right. Let's see. Scott Nelson. Scott Nelson is the first one. So he, this is a Florida case. He basically broke into a home to rob it. He kidnapped Jennifer Fulford, who was like the, what do they call them? Like house managers now. She basically kind of took care of the house, took care of the kids. Kind of like what Laurel is in this one is kind of what, what she was. She took care of the kids and helped out around the house and stuff like that. So he kidnapped her. he stole her car and her debit card. And then he apparently didn't want her to be a witness, so he killed her and dumped her body in a field. And the thing that's kind of crazy about his testimony is that he just, like, he talks about it. Like, it's kind of chilling to hear him just answer questions about it. Like, it's just kind of no big deal. He sounds very callous. All right, so that's the first one. That's Scott Nelson. That's option number one. Option number two is James Scandarito. This one is, I'm sure you probably heard of this one too, because this one's a crazy one. He was charged with murdering his own father, and putting his remains in suitcases, and then putting those suitcases, they were found in like a golf course, like, I don't know, like days later. He actually called and reported his dad missing. He testified in his own defense, and he admits to, like, dismembering his dad and putting him in the suitcases and all of that, but he says it was not murder. It's a crazy testimony. I'm sure you might have heard of that one before. But he's an interesting one. So that's James I don't even know how to spell Scandarito. I think that's how you spell it. That's option number two. Option number three is Gypsy Rose. We all her mom. And I figure with the divorce rumors that have now come out the last few days, that one might be an interesting one to watch. And the last one is the Andre McDonald. Andre McDonald. That one's a crazy one too. So Andre McDonald, let me find, I had pulled up a thing on him because his was a crazy, this one's been on like everything. Like, here it is. See, I've never seen this one. I've never seen this testimony. Yeah, I heard pregnancy rumor and I heard divorce rumors this week. So, which is kind of crazy. But who knows? You know how media is. All right, the one for Andre McDonald. It's for the murder of Andreen McDonald. So this is, I'll read this one. Okay, so Andre and Andreen met in 2009 in Jamaica. Andreen is his wife. Was 10 years younger than Andre and would eventually move to the United States with him, and the two got married. He was in the Air Force at the time, and he was stationed in Florida. So a year later, he was sent to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. So they moved there, and they had their daughter, Elena. Andreen earned a degree, and the couple soon opened a home health business, and Andreen is the one who ran it. The wife ran it. So eventually, it says something in their marriage changed, and then Andreen disappeared. She was last seen February 28th, sometime around midnight. Her phone was turned off, and she was never heard from again. On March 1st, The day after Andreen was last seen, a friend of hers, Carol, got a call from one of Andreen's employees that she wasn't answering the phone and that she didn't show up to work. When she couldn't get a hold of her, she went straight to the McDonald's home, McDonald's as in Andreen and Andre's home, and entered. She quickly noticed something was off. Inside the master bedroom, she found blood on a light switch, and then she called Andre and got no answer. She called Andreen's mother, Maureen, went to pick her up and then went back to the home to show Maureen the bloody light switch. Maureen would then call the police to report Andreen missing. Andre showed up at the home at the time the women were inside and told them he had no idea where Andreen was and that he was going to go check a nearby hospital. This all led to a huge investigation by Bexar County Sheriff's Office. On the way... Nope, that's not what it says. Get your eyes together, Brandi. On the very day his wife was reported missing, Andre hired an attorney and gave either conflicting information or no information at all to police. Days later, he was arrested on a charge of tampering with evidence. After it was discovered he had recently purchased gas cans, an axe, a hatchet, gloves, and a box of heavy-duty black trash bags from Lowe's. And his wife is beautiful, by the way, like just stunningly beautiful. So then her body is found. It would be almost 5 months later that Andreen's body was found. Her remains were found on private property less than 10 miles from the couple's home. Cause of death would be ruled a homicide, and Andre McDonald was charged with murder. For almost 4 years, Andre McDonald kept to himself while out on bond. The Friday before the trial was expected to start, Andreen's sister and mother got a phone call they never expected. It was Andre, and he was ready to tell them the truth. So the trial begins in Andre McDonald's murder trial. Opening statements were expected on January 23rd. 2 days before the trial got underway, Cindy Johnson, which is Andreen's sister, noticed an unknown number calling her phone. When she answered, she said she was shocked to hear that it was Andre. Cindy described the phone call during testimony. He said he wants to speak to me and speak to Mommy. When you realized the lawyer said, when you realized you were speaking to Andre McDonald, how are you doing? She said, I was nervous, confused, my mind was blank. And in that phone call, she said that Andre tells them that on February 28th, that's kind of crazy. Yesterday was February 28th. February 28th, 2019, he and Andreen were arguing over a business venture that she was trying to start in her own name with both of the couple's assets. He said that the argument escalated and got physical. I don't remember the word, if it's pushed away or dropped her on the floor. I don't remember exactly, but I don't know the word, but she fell on the ground, Cindy said. That he caused her to fall. The lawyer asked that he caused her to fall on the ground, and she said yes. So after he caused her to go on the ground, what did he do next? The lawyer asked. And she said that he told her that he used his foot and stomped her. Ooh. She went on to say that Andre told them that he stopped when he heard his daughter coming down the stairs. This part's sad, he put her back to bed, but when he came back again, Andreen was not breathing. Andre said that he panicked and just wanted to get rid of her body before their daughter could see her. The lawyer asked, did he say what he was going to do with the body? And the sister said, he said that he was going to chop up the body, but he changed his mind. The prosecution would put up more than 30 witnesses, and when they rested, the defense had one witness take the stand, and that was Andre McDonald. So that would be the one that we would watch. Andreen's best friend, Carol, said Andreen was a creature of habit, and that Andreen told her that if anything ever happened to her, that it would be because of Andre. Let's see. Andre said that he went to 6-month training in Alabama, and when he came back, something had changed with Andreen. This is what apparently led up to what he believed, like what they think led up to the murder. He said he eventually filed for divorce. They reconciled, and In 2018, on the 4th of July, they were at a friend's home when Andre said he noticed 2 new tattoos that Andreen had, the letter A and a date. Andre was upset because he thought it was for a man from Jamaica that Andre feared she was having an affair with. He said they drove back immediately home, and during that drive, they argued. And then it talks about what he said on the stand, which I won't get into because if we're going to watch it, then that's what we would get into. So that is the last one, Andre McDonald. So I'll start the poll. And y'all can choose which of those you would like to watch. Okay, so it's like pretty much overwhelmingly Andre McDonald. Okay, so we'll do that one. Alrighty, let's see. And I'll keep our deliberation counter on. Oops. All right, this is him. Let me show you a picture of her real quick. Because she
This calls Major Andre McDonald.
Was beautiful. This is her. Isn't she pretty?
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, go ahead. Please speak loud enough and adjust the microphone if you need to. Go ahead, straight. Start.
I think it overcomes.
Not you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you Major Andre McDonald, the United States Air Force Reserve?
Yes, sir.
And you're the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your background. Okay?
Okay.
Where were you born?
I was born in St. Catherine, Jamaica.
And where were you raised?
I was raised in St. Catherine, Jamaica as well.
Where did you go to school?
I went to St. Jago High School in Spanish Town, Jamaica.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, sir.
Who did you live with in Jamaica?
Primarily my mother and aunt.
Did there come a time when your mother left Jamaica?
Yes.
And at the time that you're in Jamaica, graduated high school, did you know Andreen Anderson?
Yes, as a small child.
Is there an age difference between you?
Yes, we're 10 years apart.
So at that time, is she significantly younger than you?
Yes.
When do you leave Jamaica?
I left Jamaica in November 1995.
Where did you go?
I went to go live with my mother in Florida.
Who had you come there? Who brought you?
My mom.
And had she remarried?
Yes, she got married to a man named Tommy Horn.
And did you live with them?
Yes.
Did you get your United States citizenship through them?
Yes.
And did you continue to go to school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to school?
So initially I started going to a community college called Broward Community College. And then after that I went to Florida International University.
Did you have to work?
Yes, I worked part-time while I was going through school.
What did you do?
I did like IT tech support.
You have an interest in computers?
Well, it started out like that, so I suppose.
And did you graduate from community college?
Yes.
What was your degree?
Electrical engineering.
Do you want me to skip through some of this part?
Yes,
we've only got,
this
this is a 3-hour testimony, and we've only got 2 hours.
Continued to do what?
Yes, I continued at Florida International University.
Well, let me see.
You were in the Air Force.
It's talking about Air Force.
4th of July, 2018.
All right, so here's 4th of July.
Okay.
What did you do?
So, during the summer, we had decided to send my daughter Elena down to Florida to meet with, to stay with my mom for the summer. So we were going to go down to Brownsville to hang out for the 4th of July with a friend of mine I used to work with named Sergio and his wife Heidi. So, we drive down to Brownsville, and as I'm in, Sergio's house, sitting around the dining room table with Andreen, I noticed a tattoo inside the section of the arm, like here. And immediately when I saw the tattoo, it seemed like a date that I kind of recognized, but I wasn't sure, but it seemed like something kind of familiar.
Were you aware that Andreen had a relationship before you in Jamaica with someone?
Yes.
Do you know who that person was?
Yes, his name is Albin Hall.
Do you know Albin?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know?
So he lived like 2 doors down from my dad in Port Antonio, Jamaica.
And in Port Antonio, what is Albin?
Albin's a local drug dealer and a gang leader.
Now proceed.
Yes.
What is it?
That's a photograph of Albin Hall.
And is it fair and accurate representation of what Albin Hall?
Number date that I saw on the inside of her left hand.
Now proceed. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 49. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a photograph of Andrew's hand with a tattoo.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 50.
Yes, that's also a photograph of Andrew's hand with another tattoo.
Defense Exhibit 48. Do you see this tattoo that's in Defense Exhibit 49 on Albin's chest under his chin?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same?
Yes, it's the same A.
I offer 49 and 50, and I'll just
Oh, it's like matching A's.
show them to the state of
That's what he's saying. I've never seen this testimony.
No objection either.
I've only seen the stories about it.
Are these new tattoos?
Yes, they were brand new.
Andreen has tattoos, right?
Yeah, she has like 4 or 5 other tattoos.
And the one that you saw earlier with the cross, is that a religious thing, or is it, what does it signify?
So the tattoo is a cross with the words Jesus walks under the bottom of the tattoo. So she was a fan of Kanye West. So when that song came out, like back in the day, Jesus walks, God showed me that song, she decided just to get a tattoo for Kanye West.
When I'd like to publish Defense Exhibit 49, Defense Exhibit 50. Now, whose hand is that?
That's in Jean's hand.
Is that the tattoo that you've been describing? It's also in the picture of Auburn?
Yes, sir.
And this tattoo?
Yes, that's also the other tattoo that I said I saw.
Where the 4th of July at Sergio's house, you see those for the first time. Does that shock you?
So initially it did, but at the time, like I said, I known Aubrey since like 2007, 2008. So I knew it was born sometime around March 1976, but I wasn't sure the exact day. So when I saw it just before I confronted her about it, I just wanted to make sure it was 100%. So his brother owns a nightclub, and I figured like they probably had some type of event there. So I went and Googled, went onto the website for the nightclub and went back to March of that year, and then right there, March 14, that very year, they had a birthday party for Aubrey. So I knew March 14, 76 was the birthday, just like I suspected it was.
Not good. Yes. Yeah. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 47. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
So that's the picture I saw on the website that I took a snapshot of from the birthday for that year in 2018 for Aubrey.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of what you saw when looking into that?
Yes, it is.
No objection. Submitted public.
What is that?
That's the birthday party that they had.
Is the date on it?
Yes, on there it says the 13th. I'm thinking it's probably like a Saturday. That's the 13th, so they probably just had the birthday party like the day before, since it's a Saturday.
How much older than Andrew is you?
I'm about 10 and a half years.
Is Alvin older or younger?
He's older than I am.
When you were aware that
You just kicked out a
had
bunch of people.
relationship in Jamaica with Andreen, how old was Andreen?
13 years old.
Was that at the end of the relationship or at the beginning?
That was at the beginning of the relationship.
To your knowledge, did it go on for some time?
I think it went on for like 5 years or so.
Back to Sergio's house on the 4th of July. What reaction do you have to finding this information out?
So I was, at that time I became pretty angry, to be honest. A lot of things, like since, late 2016 when she had sent me that text, and then since I got back in December 2016 with all the bickering and fighting over like some nonsense, at that time it was pretty frustrating because, we're having these arguments, but none of these arguments make any sense. Like, why are we arguing this much when everything seems to be going, right? And then suddenly in 2018, when I saw the tattoo, that kind of made sense. So I just, pieced it together in my head. All of these arguments are basically whenever she has problems with the guy, she comes home and she takes out her frustration in the house.
You have an argument about it at Sergio's house?
Yeah, so we started arguing at Sergio's house. But, we were at Sergio's house and we were arguing, back and forth. And then she's, telling a bunch of lies, making up stories about what the number was. But obviously I'm not stupid. I can see that. I decided to head back home to San Antonio. She was,
$457. YouTube be YouTubing. All right.
Drive together, we'll drive together. And then I guess eventually we just decided not to put Sergio, into any type of inconvenience. So I decided, okay, we'll just drive together, but she'll drive the car and I'll just sit in the back seat.
What's the drive time from Brownsville to San Antonio?
About 4.5 hours.
How would you characterize that particular drive?
I mean, it was pretty, it was a tense, argument because, at that point, like I said, I exactly knew now what all her, behavior was about the whole time. Like I remember, when we first moved into the house, I had gotten the master key and went to Lowe's to try to make copies of the keys for her and Maureen, because at that time Maureen was living with us.
Thank you. Do you get all the way back to the house in San Antonio?
No. So when we got to San Antonio, I decided hey, it's been already almost 4 hours in here. I don't want to be around you. So could you please let me out of the car?
Did she let you out of the car?
No, she wouldn't let me out of the car.
How far were you from the house?
Drive time, I'm thinking maybe 15, 20 minutes. Walking distance, maybe an hour.
And how many times did you ask her to let you out of the car?
About 10 times.
Did she ultimately let you out of the car?
Yes, she did.
How did that happen?
So eventually, I keep asking her, let me out of the car, and she keep driving, let me out of the car. And then finally, I was in the back seat, and I grabbed her face, but when I grabbed at her face, she moved. So I think I scratched her in the face. But at that point is when she actually pulled over and let me out of the car.
After this event, how were things at the house?
Well, after that event, it was pretty tense, because when I got back home, I decided to move out of the master bedroom, and I was staying upstairs, contemplating my next move. So I lived upstairs for a couple of months, I think.
But you stayed at the house?
Yes, I stayed at the house.
And she stays at the house?
Yes.
And where is Maureen during this time?
Maureen is living at the house with us.
And just so I'm clear, when did Maureen come to live with you?
Maureen came to live with us, I'm thinking 2015, when we lived in Coral Grove.
Has she lived with you ever since?
Yes.
How would you characterize your relationship with Maureen?
So my relationship with Maureen over the years was pretty good.
How do you think of it?
So at the house, I normally refer to her by the term mommy. So in Jamaica, that's what you call your mom, what you say mommy. And since she was Andrew's mom, my mother-in-law, and we had a close relationship, whenever I referred to her, I called her mommy.
And how long does this go on at the house, just being?
So I was in the upstairs bedroom until December. So my friend Andrew was coming to San Antonio to visit. So at that time, I sort of moved back downstairs to the master bedroom so that Andrew could get the guest room, just to kind of keep appearances.
Are you and Andreen working on your relationship at that time?
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't call it that. We're just keeping up a facade.
In February of 2018, did you have a party?
Yes, I had a birthday party.
Why?
So, Andreen wanted to plan a birthday party for me. It's my 40th birthday. I wasn't really sure why, but she wanted to throw a birthday party, so we had it.
Whose idea was that?
That was Andreen's.
And how many people were invited?
Maybe 30 or so.
Were you excited about that?
I mean, it was a party, so we had fun.
And how did the party go?
The party went well.
After the party, is there any difference in the treatment with each other between you and Andreen?
So shortly after the party, I don't remember how many days after, she came to me with this idea about us, going to Jamaica. I think she had mentioned it before, but I told her that I'd think about it. But then after the birthday party, I contacted my friend Andrew in Florida to talk about it, just to see what he thought about this whole idea of us going to a concert in Jamaica. So when I called Andrew and told him about the concert, it was for this reggae artist called Buju Banton. So I told Andrew about it, and he asked me if either one of us listened to Buju Banton, and I told him no. And I didn't know if Andreen listened to this guy in the 9 years we were married. And then Andrew said,
Did it seem normal to you?
No, it did not seem normal.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 51 for identification. Can you identify that?
Yes, that was the Bush Banton concert in 2019.
Had you found that? Had you seen that in terms of what
Yes.
we discussed? Is it a fair and accurate representation?
Yes, it is.
Showing State Defense Exhibit 51, often State Exhibit 50.
Your Honor, I'm failing to see the relevance, judge relevance.
I'm sorry it keeps kicking y'all out. I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me too.
And Dream becoming more nicer in reference to this particular concert. Neither one of them likes the music.
That's fine. So, next debate.
Can I publish?
Yes.
Is this the poster that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
We dropped down to 323 that time from 700 and something.
To your knowledge, were either one of you familiar with this artist's music?
I mean, we both knew who he was because he's Jamaican, but neither one of us listened to the guy, so.
And did you tell her that you would go or not go?
So I told her I wasn't going to go, so it was at the table.
What was her reaction to that?
She got pissed off and moved out of the master bedroom.
Did that seem normal to you?
A normal relationship, no, but apparently it made her angry, so she moved out.
Did you think her reaction was proportionate to you saying, no, you didn't want to take a trip to Jamaica?
At that time, it didn't really, I mean, it seemed kind of odd that, you know, you asked me if we should go to a concert in Jamaica, and I said no, and you get pissed off to the point of moving out of the master bedroom, but she did, so it is what it is.
So that was after February 16th of 2019. Now
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to February the 28th, 2019.
Yes.
Were you living at the house?
Yes, I was.
Describe the morning for me.
So for me, it was just another normal morning. I got up my normal time at 5 o'clock. I got myself like half ready. And then around like 5:30, I do the normal routine that I did every morning with Elena. So I pick her up. I go to her room, pick her up, take her to the shower, give her a bath. Then put on her clothes, take her downstairs, give her vitamin C medicine, and then put her on the school bus. And then from there, I go to work.
Do you recall what time you got to work?
Probably like 8 or so.
Where do you go to work at night?
So I work for the 426 Network Warfare Squadron. So it's a SCIF. That's basically a secure facility. So whenever you go in, you have to leave your phone outside.
When you're at work, you don't have your cell phone.
No, I don't.
You have to sign it in and out.
No, you just leave it in your car or somewhere outside the building. There's like lockers on the outside. You can store it in there or just leave it in your car.
But you can't take it inside.
No, you cannot.
You know what time you left the skip?
So I left the SCIF around noon that day for lunch. And then after that, I had a briefing that I had to do for some folks that were like some foreign military guys about cyber defense and stuff. And then after that, I went back to work.
How does Andreen start her day?
So every morning when I get up, she'd probably leave the house maybe a few minutes before I actually get up. And then she'd go to the gym at 5 and come back home after 7. After that, I assume she eats breakfast, does what she does, and then eventually goes to work about 9:30, 10.
One more, please. Are you and Andreen the same size?
No, she's bigger than I am.
How much bigger than you?
Well, I'm about 5'9", and she's probably about 5'11", 6 foot.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 52 and Defendant's Exhibit 53. Can you tell me what they are?
These are 2 photographs of me and Andreen standing next to each other.
And You didn't take the photographs, did you?
No, I did not.
But are they a fair and accurate representation at that time of what you and Andreen looked like together?
Yes.
Henry 52, 53, statement of objection.
No objection to 52 or 53. They're very published.
Yeah, published. Defense Exhibit 52. What is that?
That's a photograph of me and Andrew next to each other.
And does it
Thank you, Mildred.
depict the difference in size between them?
Yes.
You said you're 5'9".
Yes.
How tall do you think Andreen is?
That's about 5'11", 6 foot.
Second photograph.
Yes.
Same thing.
Same thing.
So they're making a big deal to show that she's a couple inches taller than him. Big deal.
Can you describe Andreen in terms of being her physicality?
So, yeah, as you can see from the photo, she's pretty tall, but she does like a lot of CrossFit because she goes to the gym pretty much every morning, and she lifts like a lot of weight, so she's pretty strong.
You have to know in terms of lifting weights, what kind of heavy weights is Andreen able to lift?
So I know she does like a lot of squats and deadlifts, and I guess it's called like, I'm not sure what the term is when you pick the weight up and like snatch it over your head. But I know she can lift a significant amount of weight, maybe like around 280, 300 pounds.
How much do you weigh?
Well, today I'm sort of overweight, so I'm probably about 180. But back then I weighed about 168.
I want to go back to February the 28th. When you leave work, where do you go?
So I think when I got out of the building, I got a phone call from Andreen saying to meet her at the H&R block to sign the taxes.
You go there?
Yes, I went to H&R block.
For what purpose?
Just to do the taxes.
And you seen video earlier of you arriving there?
Yes, I did.
When you got there, what did you do?
So when I got there, Andreen hadn't arrived yet, so I just went inside the building. But we've been doing taxes with Juanita for several years, so I just walked into her office, and she already had like our documents on the table. At which point I just started to like look through just to see, make sure everything was good.
How long were you there doing that?
Before Andreen got there, I'm not sure, maybe 10 minutes or so.
Did you observe anything while you were looking at the paper?
So when I was looking through the paper, I noticed something that Andreen had started this business named Elena's Property Management, and under the business there was a construction taking place for our fourth facility that was supposed to be taking place for Starlight Homes on our joint property at Scarsdale, which I found shocking because I remember when I did the edits for the business plan and submitted it to Andreen to give them to the bank, they were under Starlight Homes. But here on this form, it says there's a business plan going forward under Elena Property Management, which I knew nothing about, and immediately I just knew she was stealing from me.
This would be the fourth location?
Yes, because we already had 3 locations before for the assisted living.
At that time, what was the status of the fourth location?
So the fourth location, we had already bought land, and we were, doing work with this architect who was designing the facility. So every a few weeks or so, we would both go to the guy, take a look at the drawings and stuff like that.
Did you do a business plan?
Yes, we had done a business plan for it.
Did you get a mortgage?
So we were in the process of getting the mortgage through Broadway Bank.
The documents that you saw at H&R Block, did you sign any documents for a new company?
No, I did not.
Did you sign any documents for a new account?
No, I did not.
What did that signify to you, if anything, at H&R Block?
So basically, that meant to me pretty much that she was robbing me, and she was trying to create a new business so she could transfer property to it, and also open up a separate account to which I would have no access to, and in that way she would have control of basically our business money.
Did you speak to Ms. Rothman about that?
No, I did not.
Did you have any conversation with Andreen?
So when she came to the H&R Block, initially I asked her hey, what the hell is going on with this? But I did it in Patois.
What is Patois?
That's a Jamaican Creole.
Is it a separate language?
Sort of, kind of. It's more like a dialect, but to the normal ear in America, you probably wouldn't understand
Is it a mismatch or mixed match of different languages and cultural?
it. Yeah, so it's like a combination of mostly broken English and a little bit of Spanish and like African Creole.
And did you speak to Andrea in H&R Block in that language?
Yes, I did.
Did she respond in that language?
Yes, she did.
And what did you say to her?
So I remember saying, hey, what the hell is going on? Like, I said it to my tongue, like, yo, what construction am I going with? Which is basically me saying, like, what's going on with this? What's this construction about? I don't remember what she said, but it was kind of like an aggressive tone. I didn't want to get into like a, big blow up in front of Ms. Brock. So at that time, I decided to let it go.
And did you take care of your taxes?
Yeah, so we just went through and signed it and paid for the tax, and then we went home.
Did you say goodbye to Ms. Broccoli?
Yeah, so, she had the documents out and allowed me to look through them. So for me, she just seemed like obviously whatever Andrea's got going on here, she's obviously not a part of it. So I just gave her a hug, and then I left and drove home.
Do you go home together?
No, we're in separate cars.
Do you go anywhere else first, or where do you go directly from H&R Block?
I go directly home.
Is Andrea there?
No, I think I got home first, and then, a few minutes afterwards, she pulls up.
Do you remember what time she got home?
No, I don't.
What happens when she gets home?
So, I guess she comes in, puts her stuff down, and she's taking off her clothes. And at that time, I think I'd already changed out of my uniform and put on my normal clothes. And so, the first thing I did, because, while I'm driving home, I was thinking a lot about the situation. So the first thing I did when I got home, I immediately Googled, I think I Googled something with divorce and like business at the time, because that's precisely what I was thinking at that time.
Did you check with the state of Texas, the franchise Secretary of State's office?
Yeah, so after I, did a Google search on like divorce and stuff, I remember just out of curiosity, because obviously, she's doing some kind of criminal stuff. I just wanted to see how long this scam was going on for. So I went on to, I think, the state property to try to figure out like how long ago she had actually started and registered the business to kind of give me an idea of how long she was, scheming and plotting against me.
It's showing you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 54. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is basically the information for the Atlanta's property manager registered with the state.
Is this what you conducted a search for and found at the time that you were just testifying when you get home?
Yes, it is.
Is it fair and accurate representation of what it is?
Yes, it is.
Defense Exhibit 54. Does this show the information for Elena's Property Management LLC?
Yes, it does.
Did you create Elena's Property Management LLC?
No, I did not.
Did you ever sign any documentation for Elena's Property Management LLC?
No, I did not.
It's hard when they try to make it like when it sounds like the victim sounds like victim blaming. I hate that.
Now, the creation that's indicated on this is 7/10/2018. You see that?
Yes.
How close was that to this argument eruption that you're talking about that was in Brownsville 4th of July?
That would basically be 6 days later.
You confront Andreen about this issue at the house on the 28th?
Yes, I did.
How do you confront it?
So once I got the information of when she had formed the company, she said I realized it was right around the time she had got the tattoo and stuff like that. So I know she was up to no good. So I basically came and said, wait a minute, how the hell do you go ahead and register a business behind my back? And the documentation that I write and give to you to give to the bank for the new construction, you go ahead and modify that document in a new company's name with the bank without my knowledge. What the hell is that? And her response was, it's not hearsay. It's
Oh.
Sorry, sir. Yes, sir. So
That's not
her
a good look.
response was, she's always alone. That's why, she'll set things up, but she does it by herself. And that's when I said, that doesn't make any sense because we both live in the same house. How can you be doing stuff alone? When are you ever alone? We live in the same house. We sleep in the same house every night. So I'm not sure. That doesn't make any sense. You're clearly trying to steal from her.
Do you know about what time that is?
That was probably around 7-ish or so. Yeah.
Do you stay at the house and continue arguing with her?
So she started getting aggressive instead of, like apologizing and say, she made a mistake or something like that. She, started getting aggressive. And since we had a young child in the house, I didn't want it to like blow up into any type of physical confrontation. So at that time I decided, I'm just gonna leave the house.
Did you leave the house?
Yes, I left the house and drove down to the gas station at first.
And the exhibit that we saw earlier in the trial, your movements and your texts and your actions, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, that's a me.
Exhibit 174. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is it accurate?
Roughly.
And does it show when you left the house or when you arrived at the Shell station?
Yeah, I mean, the timeline squares with what I remember.
When you get to the Shell station, does the video depict what you did?
Yes, it does.
What did you do?
So when I got to this Shell gas station, I was sitting in the car for a few minutes.
Why?
So I was just, thinking about all the stuff that was going on,
Why?
I mean, this was a very big discovery. I mean, it's not every day you find out your wife's ripping you off. Ripping you off.
How long do you know how long you sit there?
I'm not sure how long I was there, but I know like while I was sitting in the car, I got some texts from Andrew.
Did you reach out and communicate with Andrew?
When I left the house initially?
Sitting there at the Shell station, did you reach out and communicate with Andrew?
No, I did not.
Who started the communication?
She did.
And how did she communicate with you?
She sent me some text, something about Texas and community property state.
Okay, let's see if we can get that.
Yeah, when he was like, he seemed like he snapped for a second. That's not hearsay.
Is this your response? It's on the screen, can you see it?
Yes, that's it.
And you indicate that you know what's going on and you're not going to be a fool.
Say it again, sir?
You indicate that you know what's going on and you're not going to be a fool.
Pretty much.
Is this going on while you're sitting in the vehicle?
Yes, because this, for the last couple of years, there's been like a
Can you read
list
that text?
of, misdeeds. First, it started off.
Hold on. Can you read that text? There's absolutely no way on earth that company you form is going to own anything. So I'm not going to even discuss this any further. If you believe I would ever trust you like that after the incident with the bank account at Broadway and after what you did last year, you must be crazy. You do not represent my interest. All you do is scheme, but I'm no fool.
A couple of years, there's been like a growing list of, misdeeds. First, it started off with an issue where she called the cops and reported some false allegation of assault when I talked about the bank account. And then the whole issue with her going to get a tattoo of her thug boyfriend in Jamaica, now to obviously her, starting another business, trying to rip me off.
You're 2 miles
trying to rip
away
him off.
from the house?
Probably, maybe 2.5. I'm not sure the distance.
Okay. Why don't you just go back to the house?
Well, at that point, I didn't want to have anything more to do with her because, like I said, I already knew what I was going to do anyway. So I was just going to wait till probably very late when she's already gone to bed to go to the gym. I go home, get up in the morning, and go back and meet with a lawyer and get a divorce.
Why would that be your plan?
Well, we were arguing before, and I didn't want to have like any kind of physical confrontation with her. So I already know I'm going to get a divorce. I'm going my own separate way. So at that point, it's probably best to just avoid any kind of physical contact just to be safe.
after this text exchange, can you go to the pen? So you, like everyone else, saw this exchange in this video in State's Exhibit 174, correct?
Correct.
At the end of it, you leave the Shell station?
Yes, I left the Shell gas station and then I drove to the park that's probably like midway between the house and the Shell gas station.
Stay right in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You go to the park. What do you do at the park?
So at the park, I basically I think I was like listening to some music, just killing time, just to let, time go by.
Why did you want to let time go?
Because, we just had an argument. And like I said, at that point, I didn't want to have anything more to do with her. So the plan was, I'll just wait till it's extremely late. She'll be in bed. I go back home to the house, and then I'll just go to bed.
How long did you stay at the park?
I don't remember exactly, but I think I went home probably around midnight.
When you came back into the neighborhood, did you use your keypad?
No, I punched in the 1976 gate pass.
And where did you park at the house?
I think I parked in the driveway.
How did you enter the house?
So when I got out of the car, I went through the front door.
What do you expect to find?
Well, at midnight, I sort of expected Elena to be asleep in her room and Andrina to be asleep upstairs in the guest room.
When you entered the front door, what do you find?
Well, the light upstairs was dark, so it seemed Elena was definitely asleep. But I noticed the light in the kitchen was on, which I found kind of strange.
And where are you going?
So at that time, I'm just going, to the master bedroom that's located towards the back of the house downstairs.
How far do you get?
So right as soon as I get to where the living room area is, I notice Andrea is sitting in the couch, basically there in the living room.
When you see her, tell me what you see.
So when I see her, she's sitting down in the couch and she's obviously pissed off, just like she was when I left the house, earlier that night. And so at that point, she's right there. So I told her, like, look, tomorrow when I leave work, I'm going to go back downtown to the divorce lawyer and I'm going to get a divorce. And this time, I'm not pulling it up, which basically means I'm not stopping the divorce like I did the first time.
As you're saying this, are you standing still or where are you going?
So when I was saying it to her, she's sitting in the couch and I was standing like right in front of the TV.
And where are you going?
So I was on my way to my bedroom. I saw her, I said it to her.
And what was her reaction?
She got real upset. And then she started yelling at me and started yelling, "Osok kemana bati boy, Osok kemana bati boy."
Is that patois?
Yes, it is.
Can you break it down for me? What does it mean?
So the phrase "Osok kemana" means go and give like your mom oral sex. And then bati boy is just another phrase in Jamaica that they use to call you a homosexual.
Is this a run-of-the-mill curse in Jamaica?
No, it is not.
What?
So in Jamaica, it's more like a matriarchy type society. So, guys usually, most guys that I know typically live with their moms. So there's like a close affinity to, especially guys and their mothers. So like disrespecting somebody's mom is like a big no-no.
If somebody said that to you in Jamaica about your mom, what would happen?
Typically that would lead to a fight.
And the second part of it about being a bati boy, which is a homosexual.
Right.
Why is that so?
So Jamaica is sort of, a little bit of maybe a homophobic type society. So calling somebody like a bati boy is like a serious disrespect.
Again, run in the middle or serious curse?
Yeah, it's serious. Usually it starts like a fight.
When Andrine says this to you, what do you do?
So the bati boy piece, I sort of like brushed over it. But, the suck your mother piece, I responded to that. And I was like, "Oh, my mother, and that's basically me asking her, whose mom are you talking about?"
Well, why did that bother you?
Well, that kind of bothered me because, ever since we've been married, my mom treated Andrine pretty well, and I treated Andrine's mother pretty well as well. So that seemed like a pretty odd disrespect unless you're trying to get into a fight or something, I don't know.
Throughout your marriage, all the arguments you've had, is this different?
Yeah, she had never said that before.
And when it happens and you say, "Whose mother are you talking about?" Does she respond?
Yeah, she says, I feel my mancha bati boy, which means I'm talking about your mother, the bati boy.
Is that further insulting?
Yes, it is.
What do you do?
Well, at that point, it didn't make any sense to continue with the conversation, obviously, because it's going nowhere. So I decided to go inside the room.
And let me stop. Who's staying in that room at that time?
So at that time, I'm staying in that room. Adrienne is, I believe, upstairs in the guest room. Elena is in her room, and Maureen is in Maureen's room.
Do you make it into your bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And what's the next thing that happens?
So as I'm, going into the room through the door, I responded to her last, insult with, "That's fine. I know when I file my divorce, I'm going to keep my job and I'll have my company, and you can keep the next half, and we'll go our separate ways."
Did she have any reaction?
Yeah, she became extremely irate at the thought of, I guess, I don't know, maybe part about, splitting the business.
And what does she do?
So she yells out the same curse word again, "You'll suck your mind about your boy," and charges into the room to confront me.
What does she look like?
She's steaming, man. At that point, she's really angry.
Where does she go?
So when she comes into the room, I turn around, and she comes like right up in my face and says it again, "You'll suck your mind about your boy."
Is she still continuing on forward?
Yeah, she's charging, she's charging toward me when she's saying
Okay. How close to your face did she get while she's charging?
They're making it sound like he's
she
going
comes,
towards
like,
self-defense.
right up in my face, at which point I'm like, "Oh yeah, move on to my face," which means, "What are you doing? Get out of my face."
What was her response?
And her response after that is, away out of him, which means, "What are you going to do about it?"
What do you say?
And at that point I said, "You know what, you're trying to get me into, trouble." So.
Does she stop?
No. Now, after I say that, that's when.
Does she leave?
No, she does not.
Right at that moment, what happened?
So at that moment, she then repeats the "Soki Marabati boy," but this time at the end, she spits in my face.
At the moment she spits in your face, what happened?
So at that point, this was like reflex. I grabbed her, because she's like right in front of me, so I grabbed her head. I think we had like a clash of heads, and I think it opened up like a cut somewhere on her face. Because she's a bit, taller than I am, so when the headbutt is like my forward and like her lower face or something.
You all wrestled?
So at that point, her initial reaction was to kind of like, reach up and like grab her face to see. And then there was like some blood on her fingers. So she like,
oops,
like runs into the master bedroom.
How far away is that?
So the master bathroom and the bedroom were just separated by a door. So we're like, maybe the distance to the bathroom door is like between me and the slave right here.
When she runs into the bathroom, what does she do?
So she runs into the bathroom and turns on the light switch and then turns to the mirror to kind of take a look at her face. And at that point, I'm trying to see what her face looked like. So I just like stepped maybe like a foot into the bathroom.
In the door?
Right.
And what happened?
So when she looks and sees the mark on her face, and she was like looking at it, she touched it again. But at that point, she gets extremely angry. And that's when she comes, across the bathroom from the switch back towards the door, standing there to attack me.
When she attacks you, you react?
Yeah, so when she comes, she's like throwing like some punches, so I'm trying to like duck down and like keep my face from, getting hit with the blows. And then in between the scuffle, I remember like grabbing her and like tripping her over one of my legs, and then she like falls, and that's when I kick her like twice when she fell.
She's coming up.
Yes.
She's throwing punches.
Yes, she was.
Is she going sideways, backwards, or right at?
Now she was coming directly at me, so like I said, when she went inside the bathroom and hit the light switch was on the other side of the bathroom where the mirror was, and then she had to basically charge all the way across the bathroom back towards me at the door. And that's
Use your momentum or her momentum to kind of flip her over onto the floor.
So, doing the wrestling, I sort of used like her own body weight, when I twisted her, and then used like my leg to like a trip, so that's how she fell.
And then what?
So as soon as she fell, it was like a reaction, so I landed like a couple of kicks.
More than a couple or a couple?
I'd say probably like about a couple.
And right at that moment, what happened?
So when she got the second kick, I think I heard like some type of wheezing, coming out of her. And then also, like in the background, I could hear like some footsteps running. And at that point, I was like, oh shit, Elena. So I ran out of the bathroom towards the living room area, and then I saw like Elena, like she was somewhere close to the stairs. back to the front. So I ran towards Elena and picked her up, and we went upstairs, and then I was trying to get her back to bed.
Back in the bathroom, when this happened, how long did that confrontation, that violent confrontation, how long did it take?
That was definitely less than a minute. It couldn't be that long.
Were you the aggressor?
No, I was not.
What was going through your mind when you were there when that was happening?
So when she was attacking me, I was basically just trying to defend myself, and I guess probably that normal situation.
I knew that's where he was going with this. As soon as they started talking about her being 2 inches taller than him, I was like, he's gonna say self-defense. And then he started going into how she does CrossFit and she does snatches, so she's, you know, so strong. I was like, oh, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna say that it's self-defense.
Probably like if someone's like a lot smaller than you, it's not a big deal. You probably just hold them. But since she's, you know, she's bigger than I am, she's pretty strong. So trying to hold her to restrain her or something like that, it's probably not feasible. So I just gave her a few kicks, a couple of kicks to like knock the wind out of her and get her to stop.
I gave her a few kicks.
Are they wind up kicks of somebody, or are they all part of the movement?
He said that so casually. I just gave her a few kicks, knocked the wind out of her. He said that so casually.
It's just like sort of like in the movement, because you know, like when you flip, you got a leg behind you and you just whip it, and then you whip the next one.
When you get Elena, where do you take her?
I took her back upstairs to her bedroom.
And why?
Because I didn't want her around, you know, any type of situation where, you know, there was any type of family violence or stuff like that.
And when you get to her bedroom, what do you do?
So I was there trying to get her to go back to sleep. And then, you know, at the time I'm thinking about like, okay, she probably just called the police and Andrew.
When you go up to Elena, do you think that Andrew's okay?
No, I just thought, you know, because I heard her reason, so at the time I just thought she got the wind knocked out of her. So she probably already caught her breath, probably called the police and made up some story.
Wow.
How long it takes you to
He said he thought that she probably just called the police and made up some story. He sounds so cold talking about it.
laying back to sleep?
I'm not sure the exact time, maybe 20, 30 minutes.
After you do that, what do you do?
So after Elena falls back to sleep, that's when I, you know, go back downstairs and get back to my room. And then when I, you know, get inside the room, I notice Andrina is still lying on the floor right next to the door. So at that point, I sort of like, you know, go over her, she's not moving. And then I went over to like check, you know.
So you check?
Yes.
Tell me how.
So I bent over and then I like grabbed her face and then like feel like if I could feel like a pulse or something, and then I put my ear next to like her nose to see if she was breathing, and she was not.
What kind of reaction did that make?
So at that point, honestly, man, I became like pretty frantic at that point because, oh fucking shit, you know, she's dead on the floor. You know, we just had a fight. Obviously, you know, I'm gonna get blamed for this, and I got a 7-year-old autistic kid upstairs that who's gonna take care of her. So
his first, when he said I became frightened, I thought he was gonna say I became frightened because she wasn't breathing. I need to get an ambulance. He said I became frightened because I was like, I'm gonna get blamed for this. Wow.
I mean, it was a pretty scary situation.
You stayed right there at the doors?
He probably shouldn't have testified.
So at that point, you know, I'm feeling like the house is like hot. So I went outside just to like get some fresh air and just to like, you know, gather my thoughts and like think about like, you know, what the hell is this going on? So I go outside and I'm, you know, just out there like pacing around and thinking. And I think I actually like went through the gate and then I came back in to the house.
What did you do?
So when I got back in the house, I'm thinking, God damn it, I think I need to get her out of the house before, you know, Elena wakes up and sees her in the house. And then, I don't know, man, at that point, I got this idea to just like get her out of the house. So I think I made like a text message or something like, where are you type deal. And then I went into the garage and I got two trash bags.
Describe yourself when you do.
So, I mean, it's a scary situation. I ain't never been in anything like that before. I'm pretty nervous, I'm frantic, what the hell is going on type deal. And I'm just at that point moving like, basically like kind of instincts or something. But I go inside the garage and I grab like a couple of trash bags, and then I put one over the top of her and then the other one under the, for the lower leg or something.
What's your purpose?
So at that point, for me, I was just trying to get her out of the house.
Why?
Because first I didn't want Elena to see her, and then at that point, like I said, I'm thinking my life is over now. Obviously, I would get blamed for this, and then she's gone. I'm probably going to go away, and my daughter doesn't have any parents.
You said that you're going to get blamed for this. Do you think you're guilty of it?
No, I didn't think I was guilty, but knowing like the circumstance, there's obviously a dead person in your house, and you're the only adult there, and I know she's like issues before with the marriage where she's having an affair and stuff like that. So it just seemed like any run-of-the-mill police that would be familiar with the situation. It just seemed like obvious, like, oh, obviously we know how you do it kind of deal. So I was just trying to escape the whole situation.
What did you do with the body?
So afterwards, I put her she's pretty big, so I drug her in the plastic bags. But before I did that, I think I used like a belt or something to tie the two bags together, and then I drove her through the house, through the front door.
Did you pick her up?
No, she's way too big for that.
So how did you get her out?
So I basically screwed her down, grabbed the top part of her body and started pulling, until I eventually got her to the front door, and then
Where did you take her?
I got her in the trunk, and then I went to spin her. So when I got to the trunk, I had to lean her upper body against the back of the vehicle after I opened up the trunk, and then I had to screw down and use the bumper kind of as leverage, and then grab the lower part of her body and turn her into the trunk.
Which car?
It was the Chevy Malibu.
And when you get her in the trunk, where do you go?
I went to Spring Road.
Why that location?
So I'd gone to that location before. There's a soccer field on that road, and I had gone there to watch some soccer before.
The soccer field is close to the rural property?
Yes, it is.
Okay, real quick, because he said she's so big. This is a picture of them together. So she is a couple inches taller than him, but he keeps talking about how big she is. This is her.
Did you go anywhere else, or did you go directly there?
I went there.
You know what time it was when you got there?
It's pretty late, maybe 1:32 or something.
What do you do?
So when I get there, I wasn't aiming for a specific spot. I just was gonna put her on one of the properties. So I pulled up right next to the fence, and then I drove her out of the trunk, and then I kind of rolled her over. I don't remember if it was under the bottom fence or over on top of the first fence. I'm not sure.
Describe the fence.
So it has these metal bars that go up horizontal, and then there's these wires that go across. They're 3 or 4 wires.
How did you get her through?
I'm not exactly sure. I think either I probably slid her under the bottom, or it was over the bottom fence.
Would there be a reason that you're not sure?
It's been 4 years, so small details like that is kind of hard.
What's going on with you at the time?
Like I said, at that time, I'm just panicking. This is not a situation that people normally find themselves in day to day. So
After the fence, where do you take her?
I did the same thing. I drove her some distance across, but it was kind of dark, so I couldn't really see where stuff was or anything like that.
You sat through this whole trial. Did you put the body where all the photographs and the bones are and all the exhibits that have been shown to us?
Yes, that would seem kind of accurate, because I remember there was a dead cow right next to where I ended up.
When you put the body there, what did you do?
So at that time, I took the bags off. I was going to leave it there. And for some reason, I don't remember why, but I just had this weird idea to probably should just take the clothes. I took the clothes and threw them in the bag and went back in the car and went home.
Take all the clothes?
I think so.
And you put them in the bag and went home?
Yes.
When you got home, what did you do?
So when I went home, and at that point, I don't remember if I took my clothes off and threw them in the bag. But eventually, I knew I threw her clothes, and thinking I probably took my clothes off as well, and threw him in like a plastic bucket, and I just got a lighter and lit him. But as I'm doing,
Is that a smart thing to do?
now that's a pretty stupid thing to do.
Why?
Because, it's a plastic bucket. So the plastic bucket started to melt when, I lit the fire. And so that's where it kind of turned over on we seen the spot.
The mark out back
He's so nonchalant.
of your yard, is that the top of the bucket?
Yes.
How did it get like that?
It just melted down from the heat.
Is that where, that's where you put the bucket
Yes.
when it started to melt?
Yes.
Then what did you
I think I put the stuff like into, I could have scraped it open and like threw it in like a trash bag. But for some reason I think
do? You doing cleaning?
Yeah, so when I went back into the bathroom, like right where she was laying down, I think there was like a small speck of blood or something on the floor. So I cleaned up that speck that was on the floor. It was a mix with like saliva or something, like saliva and blood to be accurate.
I want to go back for just a minute. When this tussle, fight, conflict occurred. Okay? At that moment, were you afraid?
During the fight?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I was, because, like I said, we never had like any type of big brawls like this, and I hadn't had a fight, like a real fight with anybody since I was like 13 years old. So.
Do you have any special training in fighting?
No, I do not.
Is it part of your workout or anything you do to practice fighting?
No, I don't have any reason to practice fighting. I wrote the computers.
And when's the last time you said you had a physical fight with someone?
I was 13 years old, going to St. Jacob High School, like 12th grade.
And after this happens, can you dispose of the body?
Did you say 13 years old
So
in 12th grade?
after that, I remember like going upstairs to a lady's room when she was sleeping. So at that point, I was just like in the room. I don't remember how long I was in there, but I know I was in there crying.
Do you remember how long you stayed in there crying?
Maybe an hour or so.
How did you feel about everything that you described?
I mean, at that point, man, it felt really awful. Like, basically, we had a good life for a while, and everything is going good. And then, basically, this madness, just like, So at that point, I'm feeling really sad because, like I said, my daughter got autism. She's 7 years old. She's probably not gonna have any parents. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, I'm also like, why me? Why me? Because pretty much the whole night, I tried to avoid the very situation that I ended up in when I left the house.
Did he just say?
Next morning, what do you do?
Hold on.
Well,
My daughter got autism. She's 7 years old. She's probably not gonna have any parents. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, I'm also like, why me? Why me? Because
If I'm on this jury and I'm hearing him talk about how he just killed his wife, and I hear him say, I'm sitting there thinking, why me, why me? That I don't even have words.
pretty much the whole night, I tried to avoid the very situation that I ended up in when I left the house.
so the next morning, what do you do?
Why me, why me? Oh my gosh.
No, I couldn't sleep at that point.
The next morning, what do you do?
So it was like a few hours after that, time to get Elena back up for school.
This makes me want to watch the whole trial.
I went upstairs, to give her a bath, and at that point, she when I picked her up, she asked me like, "Where's mommy?"
What'd you say?
So, and at that point, like, kind of broke me down. So I didn't really know what to tell her. So I just told her like, hey, mommy's at the gym. And then at that point, I gave her a bath. We did the same thing afterwards, like, put her clothes on, took her downstairs, gave her like her vitamin C, and then I put her on the bus.
Then what do you do?
And then after that, after I put her on the bus, I went to walk the dogs, like I can normally do as well. And then I think I sent Andrew like a text, and then like I fed the dogs or some shit like that. And then when I was leaving the house, I noticed, you know, like her phone, I was like, I guess in the bathroom or something, and then it popped in my head like, wait a minute, you know, when Jeannie left the house, she probably has her phone. So at that point, I think I grabbed the phone. And I don't remember if I smashed it outside or something, but I know I smashed it at some point, and then I threw it in the same garbage bag that I had. And then when I was driving to work, there was like a
he's so nonchalant about this. He's like, I smashed your phone and threw it in the garbage bag. He's so nonchalant about this. This is crazy.
Construction going on someplace, and then I pulled over the side of the road and like dumped it into like this construction, you know, bin that they have, and then went to work.
How long were you working?
So it was just normal, like I was there to maybe like close to maybe 11 or something. I'm not sure, but you know, it's about lunchtime, and then I decided to go to lunch.
And how were you that day?
So at that time, you know, I haven't had any sleep, you know, pretty much. So I'm just, you know, kind of like moving along like basically like a robot.
And you go in the skiff?
Yes, I did.
When do you come out of it?
So like I said, it's probably around 11ish or something, or 11:30. I'm not sure the exact time, but I know I came out like going around the lunchtime period. And then when I came out of the skiff, I didn't have to turn the phone. I don't remember. I didn't look at the phone at that time, but I know I went to the Popeyes first. And then as I'm driving away from the Popeyes, I realized that I got like a bunch of calls on Facebook from Carol.
You go home?
So not immediately. I remember giving Carol a call back. And then when I answered the phone, she's like, oh my God, like I've been looking for you guys all morning. You know, where's Andrine? And I was at that point, I said, I don't know where Andrine is. Maybe she's at the house. And then she says, Judy called her saying she was, you know, been calling Andrine this morning and she couldn't get a hold of Andrine. And so at that point, I told her I'd go home to the house. Maybe she's, you know, in the closet or something.
The testimony of Carol Gambar and Elizabeth Cancel about you at the house confronting you, was that pretty accurate?
Initially, when I went home and they came into the house, it wasn't really like a confrontation because as they came in, there's like, you know, I don't remember, I think Maureen came through the door first and then Carol came behind her. But there was like a brief exchange because I was like walking out of the house. I don't know what they were saying something to me, but I couldn't hear. So.
Do you remember anybody yelling at you?
At that point, no, I did not.
Where did you go?
So I got out of the house and then I got in my car and then I went to the hospital.
Why?
Well, at that point, I was just trying to get out of the house, you know, get away from these ladies and go clear my head because, you know, this is like a crazy situation going on now. So it just seemed like a normal thing. Like that's probably you would check for somebody first. So that's why.
What did you expect to happen at the reception desk?
So I'm thinking I'm going to go in there and say to the guy, like, you know, ask for Andrine and stuff. Well, I asked for McDonald and he'd probably say no. And then I'd leave, go back to the house and tell him, well, you know, I guess she's not at the hospital. But when I talked to the guy, he says like last name, and I said McDonald. I don't know, maybe like he heard like my accent when I said it. And then he's like, he looks up and he's like, yeah, there's this lady here with this little girl, which I thought was just like, I don't know, man, that just sounded like some kind of sign or something. So I just kind of got freaked out. And then I turned and left. So, and then when I left, I drove down the street a little bit, and then I stopped on the side of the road because I just like contemplated, like, you know, what the hell to do next.
What's going through your mind?
So at that point, I'm just thinking, oh my God, you know this is probably it. This is over.
How do you feel about what's happened, sir?
So at the same time, you know, at that time, I'm feeling like pretty scared, you know, the whole situation, and I'm just thinking about, oh my God, my life is freaking over, and my daughter's life is probably over too, and then, you know, pretty much Maureen sort of like depended on her, so her life's probably over as well. So that's all I could think about.
Where'd you go?
So I don't know how many minutes I was, you know, on the side of the road, but then after that I decided like to go back, and then when I got back home, there was like cops already at the house, and then when I walked in, I believe the cop took me back to the bathroom, and then he showed me like the blood on the switch, and at that point, like, you know, the ladies were yelling at me at this point, and then the cop, like, he started to take me back out of the house, to like get some separation between, because the women were like, making a lot of noise. So he took me out of the house in handcuffs, and then he put me to sit down in the back of the car, and then he started, asking me questions like, what happened, what I'm saying? And I basically told him like, we got into like an argument and left, and that was it. And then I forgot what he said. I don't remember what he said after that. But I remember what he said now. He says, just tell us, you better tell us what happened right now. If you tell us what happened right now, you'll get a lot of time, but if you don't, you'll get even a lot more time. And at that point I asked him, I said, I'm not gonna say anything else, I'm gonna talk to the Lord.
Is that where you stayed?
So that's where I stayed pretty much the rest of it. I was detained for, I don't know, maybe 13, 14 hours. They left pretty late, like early the next morning.
During that 13 hours, were you thinking about your situation?
Yeah, so during that time frame, my mind kind of shifted. At first, I was just like feeling sorry about like the whole situation. I'm just thinking, man, if only I knew what was going to happen when I went back to the house, I'd probably just left the gas station and drive to Houston and like never come back or something like that. And then I started feeling for myself, like, man, what the hell does this shit have to happen to me of all people? Like my whole life, I'm trying to do good for other people and stuff. I took Andrine out of Jamaica, helped her live a better life. I brought Maureen to to live with us, to also get a better life.
How does that make you feel?
At first, it's gradually the sorry and the pity started turning towards like anger, because now I'm thinking like, what the hell,
What?
She's doing all this stuff, and I started thinking about all this stuff. And as I'm thinking about the cheating, stuff with the accounts with money, and now with the business and all of that stuff, and then finally, like this whole reason that he started arguing that week about me not wanting to go on that trip to Jamaica. At that point, honestly, I just thought, oh shit, this is what's going on. So I thought at that point, oh man, this is what was going on. She's trying to set me up to like get me down to Jamaica and have the boyfriend, off me when I was down there. And at that point, like the pity just kind of like went away, and now it's just like pure rage and like anger. The whole time I'm in there, I'm just there like angry now, because now like, she got a degree.
Did they release you?
Nah, they didn't release me maybe like 2 o'clock or something.
What do you do?
So as soon as they released me, like I said, I was pretty angry now at that point. And so I went inside the house when they left, and then I think I grabbed like the hammer. I had like a little bit of gas or something in like a container, like a plastic container. And then I went into the vehicle and left. But then when I drove out, it was like really foggy and dark that night. So I had to like circle back to the house to grab the flashlight. And then when I grabbed the flashlight, I think that's when I then drove to the, I think I circled back a third time, because when I grabbed the gas, I didn't have anything to light it with. And then I went back to grab a lighter. And then I went to the field.
Now, approach it. I'm showing you, we marked as defendants exhibits 55 and 56. Do you recognize those?
Yes, that's a picture of the shelf that's in my garage.
Are they both pictures of the shelf in your garage?
Yes.
Okay. If exhibit number 55, are these on different days?
No, they look like the same day, just closer up.
Okay.
The poor me comments. He said, why does this have to happen to me of all people? That's crazy. Oh, I'm blurry.
I'm showing you it's been marked as defense exhibit 55. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Thank you for the super chat, Simon. Thank you, thank you.
Different view. Defense exhibit 56 on March 1st in your garage. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Can you see this little item right there, the little yellow base?
Yes, I can.
Do you know what that item is?
That's my yellow hammer.
Not first. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 59. Can you look at that and tell me what it is?
That's my hammer.
What you're calling the yellow hammer?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibits 57 and 58. Two photographs.
His yellow
Can you tell me
hammer.
what they are?
Yes, they're just photos of the same shelf without a hammer.
Would those be on March 2nd?
Yes.
'57, '58, '59 Defense Exhibits tendered for bid.
Your Honor, no objection to 57, 58, 59.
Here's all the
So, what is this?
That's the hammer.
The base of the hammer?
Yes, it is.
Is that what you pointed to on the March 1st photo?
Yes, it is.
It won't focus.
Defense Exhibit 57.
That's the
Here.
courtroom background
That same
noise.
location. Do you see that hammer?
No, it's not there anymore.
You see it in 58
No, it's not there anymore.
on these March 2nd photographs. You know why it's not there?
Yes, I do. The reason why they're not there, it's not there, is because that Saturday, early Saturday morning, March 2nd, I had grabbed the hammer off the shelf, and then, like I said before, after I got released from the cops, I had driven back out to Speck Road.
What did you take with you out to Speck Road?
I took some gas and the hammer and the flashlight.
Do you know what time you went out there?
It was pretty late, probably like 3 o'clock or something.
And when you got there, where did you go?
I went straight back in front of the same property. I got out of the car. I was angry as hell. And
Angry as
at that
hell.
point, I jumped over the fence and went towards the body.
When you got to where the body was, what did you do?
So at that point, I'm like really angry. Because,
When you say you're really angry about what?
and so the reason why I'm really, really angry is just because, like, I'm thinking about this whole situation, like, a lot of it. Like, I left the house just to avoid the very situation that I'm in, a confrontation with Andrew. Okay? And all of this, in my opinion, like, could have been avoided. Like, if Andreen wanted to, like, go be with somebody else, she was free to do that. She had a degree. She owned half of a business. Like, why would she need to, like, go through all this stuff to try to get it all? And then, in my opinion, at that point, I'm thinking, that's what the whole thing about going to Jamaica was, trying to get this dude to, like, drop me off so she needed everything.
So what did you do?
I get really angry, so at that point, I poured, like, the gas on her, and then I lit the fire.
Wow.
Was it enough gas?
No, it wasn't like a lot of gas. It's just like leftover gas that I had. Like, I used to cut my own grass, but then eventually, like, as business grew and stuff, I started having Eddie come by the house now and do the lawn care. So it was just like some leftover that I had in a container. So I poured that on her, I lit it, and then it was out. I don't know how long, but it was out pretty fast.
Then what did you do?
So at that point, I got a hammer, and, the body's like right there. So at that point, I just got really pissed off and started like, hitting the body with the hammer.
How many times?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you, but it was multiple times. But I know.
Where did you hit?
So I know I was like hitting like in the face and like the neck area. And I remember like at first I hit her in the face with the hammer front, and then I used the claw and like hit her in the neck area. And I remember the claw got stuck in like her neck.
Oh
that's
my
when I was
God.
like ripping the hammer out. And then at that point, I thought I was done. But as I'm like starting to like walk away, I give it like one more whack somewhere in the body. I'm not sure where that landed.
How did that make you feel?
And at this point, honestly, man, I'm just like really, really angry because
Have you had any sleep?
now I didn't sleep at that point. I'm tired, but I'm angry. I'm tired, at that point, and I'm just like going off fumes at that point because, like I said, I just kept repeating in my head like, how the hell does this like shit, happen to me and me of all people? Like, why the hell did this have to happen to me? And like I said, this could have been like way avoided, and I'm just pissed off at Andreen at that point because I'm thinking this could have been easily avoided because I had filed for divorce a couple of years ago, and she knew at that point she had no intention of working on anything, but she was just trying to like keep me around, using my daughter against me to keep me in the house, so she continued with some kind of scheme to rip me off. And then I'm thinking, when that doesn't work, because like she had said in the text, Texas is a community property state, so there is absolutely no way you can legally like have business and assets with a spouse and then get a divorce and not have half go to one spouse and half go to the other one. So in my opinion, the only way she was going to get everything to go share with a boyfriend, they had to have been planning like get me whack when I went to Jamaica. And
that's what you were thinking?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
How much longer did you stay at that location?
I don't know how long more I was staying. I stayed at the location. I probably just like stood around there for a little bit, just like thinking. And I probably.
When you come back to Solitude Cove, you use your...
Hold on. He went out there and poured gasoline on her, lit her on fire, her body on fire. And then when that went out, he took the hammer and he's just nonchalantly like, yeah, I was hitting her mostly in the face and the neck. And I went to hit her with the claw part of the hammer one time and it got stuck. So I just ripped it out and I started to walk away, but then I figured I'd give her one more whack. And then he was angry because he was wondering, how did this happen to me, of all people? Are you freaking kidding me? He says it so... Okay, y'all, we've seen testimony before from like domestic violence victims who like, you know, fought back or finally snapped or something like that. And what normally happens is you can hear the trauma and the pain and the remorse and just all of those feelings, the fear. You can see and feel all of those things as they're testifying. This is like he's just explaining what he saw on a movie. And the fact that he says it and then repeatedly says that he was so mad at her because how could this happen to me? How could this happen to me? Poor me. Poor me. That's freaking nuts. This is nuts.
Gate code to get inside?
No, I don't think I used the gate code. I think I used like Andrew's like gate pass or something to get in.
When you go out to speculate, what vehicle are you in?
At that time, I'm driving the car because the cops, they took my Malibu and I believe they took the Traverse from the house that night and they left the Jag and the Porsche. So I had driven the Porsche out there.
When you come back to Solitude Cove, where do you park the Porsche?
I go back and park the Porsche in the garage.
Then what do you do?
At that point, I took the clothes off and the hammer and the flashlight and I basically put them in the trash. And then I think I had some clothes. It was pretty cold because it was winter, so I think I had maybe like another layer of clothes or something, but I didn't think those got messed up when I, because I had the black sweater and the black pants over it, so I didn't think any of the underneath clothes got messed up. So I think I went into the bathroom and took those off and then put them on a chair or something. And then, I don't know, I kept pacing around for another few hours. So at that point, I'm just like thinking about like a lot of stuff, man, like this whole situation, like how we got to this point, you know what I'm saying? Like how my life is going like really great, for several years, I get married, we get a kid, career-wise I'm doing good, got promoted, business is going good, and then for it just to like turn a dime from that kind of atmosphere to now this whole crazy situation where basically, you know, there's one dead person, and I'm probably, you know, going down for that. And then there's this little girl with autism that basically got no parents.
They're millionaires.
All the other people that their lives are gonna get ruined because of this whole situation. And I'm just thinking about all of that stuff. And then in the morning, that's when I'm thinking, man, that the only way out of this now is to probably just go try to get rid of the body.
Where'd you go?
So I think at first I went and got like some cash at the bank, and then I went to Lowe's.
That's you in the video we've seen, looking around Lowe's, making purchases.
Yes, that's me.
Gas cans, hatchet, axe. All
Yes.
the items that are in that receipt.
Yes, sir.
And where do you go with it?
So afterwards, I go back to my house, and then, you know, I get to the house, I park the Porsche inside the garage, and then I'm there, you know, just, you know, pacing around, basically still thinking. But
Let me ask you a question. All those items, many of which are piled up there, all the items from Lowe's, do you ever use any of those items out on the Smith Road?
no, I did not.
The gas can, the axe, the shovel, it's a new shovel. right?
Yeah, everything that was there was brand new.
It's still a new shovel.
They're all new.
The axe is a new axe. Other than what you described, lighting the body on fire, hitting it with a hammer, do you ever go back out to Spec Road?
No, I did not.
Why are you looking up searches of questions about fingerprints and bones and bone decay and that kind of thing?
So at that point, that's like in July or something, and I've already been arrested for this case, so this case is pretty much, you know, set in stone. So now I'll go to court and then we'll have a trial. But a lot of the stuff is just like curiosity, and then some of the stuff, like there was like another case where they found like this other lady out in the woods that was burned around that time, and then also kind of like, you know, drive some curiosity. And then there's like other stuff going on. So there's a lot of different searches, you know, I think just out of curiosity, because they'd come to the house and search the house, and there was like the DNA stuff on the light switch. So that's, I think that's what prompted like, you know, DNA tests for like newer stuff. And then like I knew she, you know, the body was somewhere out in the woods out there in I expect. So that's probably what drove the like DNA, fingerprints type thinking. Just thinking about like what the case would look like basically.
There's been testimony in the trial that you were arrested for the receipt, the Lowe's receipt for tampering with evidence.
Right.
Did you remain silent on that?
Yes.
Was that long before, months before the discovery of the body?
Yes, it was.
Did you exercise your right to remain silent with respect to any part of the investigation?
Yes, I mean.
When you were going to tell your story about what happened, where were you going to tell?
So at that point, like I said, when I got arrested for the case, I decided at that point I was just gonna dig in and wait till I went to court, because I didn't really like trust the police or, you know, maybe the DA's office trying to twist words against me and trying to manipulate stuff and make it seem to be something what it wasn't or what it is. So at that point, I just decided my best bet is to wait till I go to court and then I'll tell the truth.
In March and then July of 2019, have you done nothing but try to get into court and tell your story?
So I remember like the first time, probably like in July when I first got arrested, I remember when we came to court, and at that point I was, you know, demanding like to get a trial pretty soon from the judge. I remember that whole interaction, because when we said it, the judge had asked the prosecutor at the time, it's nothing to speak here.
Have you always, from the very beginning, wanted to go to trial as soon as possible?
Yes, it's way back in 2019, as soon as this case began, I've been asking to come to court the whole time.
Did you, in fact, on the Friday before we started testimony here, with this jury in Panama, did you call your mother-in-law and your sister-in-law?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes, I did.
How did that feel?
I mean, it was a pretty emotional conversation. You know, I already knew when the case started, obviously we're gonna have a trial, then I'll get to tell the truth. But I lived with Maureen for several years, and not only that, on top of that, since I've been, you know, away, she's been the person like taking care of my daughter. And so I just felt like I didn't want Maureen to hear it at the same time everybody else hears it. I just thought out of courtesy, I give her a heads up, let her know what went down, tell her the truth, and then eventually I'll come to court and say,
Is what you told them what happened?
yes, I did, but the way they kind of, said it in the court, obviously some things were, but the general concept, I think they maybe got the general concept down, but some of the key details, obviously they didn't pass it on correctly.
Wow. Cross-examination. You think he's going to lose his temper on cross-examination? If you watched it, don't spoil it. We got about 35 minutes left of court today.
We got it over 2 hours. Either the jurors want to take a break or we'll keep going. Raise your hand. I think I see something good to the break.
All right, return this way, please.
Wow. Who told him it was a good idea to take the stand? I mean, I get in self-defense cases, like 9 times out of 10 you have to. But
You don't have to look at me every time I look over here. Sometimes you're thinking that I'm going to tell you something, but I'm just either looking at the jury or listening to your testimony. But if I say something, I'll tell you. Sometimes you kept looking over here with me. I'll speak up, or just either looking at them or looking at you.
Okay, thanks, sir.
if I were his attorney, I'd be like, nope.
All right, adjourn, please.
Nope. You just sit there and be quiet. But, I mean, how are you going to explain all the stuff you did to her? But then the way he explains it makes it sound worse than it would have if he'd kept quiet. That's crazy.
Thank you, you may be seated.
You're still under oath, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. The business that you and Andre had, what was the name of it? The home health care business?
It was Starlight Homes.
And when did the company come into effect? When did it start?
Probably 2012, 2013.
Now, you had your job with the Air Force, correct?
Correct, sir.
So the day-to-day business, was that conducted largely by Andre?
The day-to-day operations were conducted by Hindering.
But you were the one who provided the seed money to create those businesses, correct?
Correct.
In terms of renting the property and then ultimately purchasing the property.
Correct.
Now, you said that throughout the years, it began with a small operation and it grew, correct?
Correct.
And as the business grew, the business made more money, correct?
Correct.
And did the relationship still stay the same? You still had your job at the Air Force, and Andre would run the day-to-day of the business.
That is correct.
Now, at the time, in late February, early March of 2019, how many businesses were there?
There was 3 in operation, and 1 was still in the planning stage, design stage.
Okay, so 3 operational, and a 4th will come sometime in the near future, is the plan.
Correct.
Now, you said that you're about 10 and a half years older, is that correct, from Andre?
Correct.
Now, you gave her this money so she could start these businesses, right?
Well, we were both married at the time, so it's not giving her the money to create this business, but creating a business for our family.
But you were the one who had the means to do so. You had a job as well as some savings, correct?
Correct.
At the time, she was still going through school. She did not have the type of capital in her own name that she was bringing into the equation.
Correct.
Did you feel like you helped her create these businesses?
I did help her create these businesses.
You helped make it happen.
I did help create the businesses, sir.
She owed you.
She owed me? I don't think of it like a owe type stuff. We're a family and we're building a business together, so it's not a owe me type stuff.
Now, you saw some of those text messages between the two of you on February 28th concerning the business, correct? About the creation of the LLC that you didn't know about.
Correct.
Now, during those texts, you saw that Andreen referenced community property, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with community property?
I am.
Are you familiar that Texas is a community property state?
I am.
That the assets owned by the wife and the husband, you essentially own the 50-50?
Correct.
Now, I know I'm going to call your attention to a visitor that you had back in 2017. Do you know Katie Harris?
Yes, I do.
Who is Katie Harris generally to you and Andre?
So I would consider her a friend, but she was mainly Andrene's friend. But during the course of the marriage, I came to know her, so I would consider her a friend as well.
So she was initially more a friend of Andre's, but then you began to know her more so, correct?
Right. She grew up in Jamaica with Andrene of some sort.
And did she come and visit you in San Antonio in 2017?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember her bringing her young child with her?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember during that visit you attacking Andre?
I did not attack Andrene.
Do you remember knocking Andre over into Katie and into the child?
Would you like me to describe the incident, sir?
I'm asking you, do you remember that?
So, I remember getting kicked in my back while I was holding
Sir,
the
it's a yes or no question. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I remember the incident.
Do you remember the child getting knocked over?
I don't remember the child getting knocked over.
Do you remember Katie getting knocked over?
I don't remember Kaylene getting knocked over.
Do you remember Andre getting knocked over?
She fell on the bed.
Do you remember Maureen being present when this took place?
Yes, she was.
I also want to call your attention to what you
Maureen's the mom.
testified earlier to July 4th of 2018, when you, Andre, and Elena went down to Brownsville to visit Sergio and Heidi. You went on July 4th of 2018.
I'm going to go back to normal speed for this because this attorney talks fast.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, you had testified that you discovered that Andre had a tattoo, a matter of fact, 2 different tattoos on her wrist areas, correct?
Correct.
One kind of almost like an infinity tattoo and one with a date on the tattoo itself, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember speaking to Sergio that day and him trying to calm you down after you're doing that research in terms of the tattoo?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember telling Sergio that you wanted to have him drive you down to the outlet mall so you could confront Andre about that?
No, I did not ask him for that.
Did you go to the outlet mall and confront Andre about the tattoo?
No, I did not.
So, do you remember both Sergio and Heidi trying to calm you down after your research that you had done on this tattoo?
I remember them trying to calm me down as we were arguing inside their house.
Do you remember them telling you to stop calling Andre names and being disrespectful in their household?
I remember them telling me to calm down.
Do you remember them telling you to stop calling her names?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I do remember Heidi in particular telling me to calm down.
Now, you, Elena, and Andre returned to San Antonio in the same vehicle that evening, correct?
That is incorrect.
Okay, when did you return?
It was just me and Elena that went down there, not all 3 of us.
I'm talking about when you came back to San Antonio. How did the three of you drive together back to San Antonio?
It was the 2 of us, not the 3 of us.
So you're saying Elena was not there?
No, she was not.
So Sergio and Heidi said that she was there. That would be incorrect.
That would be incorrect.
So where did you sit when you were driving back?
I was in the back seat.
And I assume that Andre was driving?
That is correct, sir.
You said the drive was roughly 4.5 hours. Is that roughly accurate?
That is accurate.
Now, you stated to this jury that you had asked for Andre to let you out of the car, and she refused to do so when you were in San Antonio. Is that right?
Correct.
And that you said that you reached up from behind in the back seat and did something to her face. What did you do?
I said I reached up and I grabbed her face, but as I was grabbing her face, this is a normal reaction for somebody to move. So I had nails, so the nails scratched her on her face.
Why are you reaching up and grabbing her face as she's driving?
That was just out of frustration because I asked her like 10 times and she wouldn't let me out of the vehicle.
So did it matter to you that she is driving the car and you were putting your hand in her face? Isn't that a safety risk?
At that time, I was not thinking about a safety risk. I was just thinking about getting out of the car.
Do you recall that Andre was on the phone with her aunt, Lorna Anderson, during this incident?
She was not on the phone with her aunt during that incident.
So if her aunt were to say that she was, that's inaccurate. That's a lie.
That would be a lie.
Do you recall what Andre looked like the following day after you said that you scratched her in the face?
Yes, she had, I believe, 2 streaks, like one across here and one coming across down there.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That doesn't just happen if you happen to move. That takes force. to leave.
showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 438. Do you recognize the person in those photos?
Yes, I do.
That photo was taken on July 5th, 2018. Do you recognize the marks that are depicted in those photos?
Yes, I see 2 scratch marks that run from top of the face coming down.
Okay. Does this photo fairly and accurately depict what Andre McDonald looked like during that time frame?
I would assume so.
Your Honor, at this time we move into evidence, Exhibit 438. Any objection by defense?
We do our objections under rules 403 and 404B. There's not a question in this photograph, State's Exhibit 438.
It's denied. Motion can publish.
Thank you, Judge. Who's this photo of?
That's Andrew.
You said that you saw 2 different marks on the photograph. Describe to the jury, where did you see those marks?
They're running like from here down.
And you're indicating a place on your forehead, on the left side or the right side?
There would be like something like here.
So on either side of the temple?
Roughly like coming down the middle of the face.
You said it was also going down. Going down to where?
It's like going down the face because it's a scratch.
Where does it end on the face?
I can't really tell, but it's coming down.
Is it around her nose?
I can't see any marks on the nose.
Is that easier to tell?
Where's the mark on the nose?
You said that you indicated that you saw a couple marks on her. Where did you indicate that you saw marks?
Coming down here on the face.
So either side on the forehead?
Right.
Permission to approach? I'm again showing you States 438. The area to the left of her mouth. What is indicated there?
Looks like a scratch mark coming down.
So a scratch mark on her mouth?
Right.
Out next to her mouth, I should say.
Right.
That doesn't happen when you just happen to move, when somebody tries to grab your face and you move. That's not, that.
You said that Andre was not on the phone with her aunt during this incident.
She was not.
I now want to call your attention to Christmas time, December 2018. Was your friend Andrew Russell visiting from Florida?
Yes, he was.
Did he stay at your house during that time?
Yes, he did.
And I believe you testified earlier during that time frame you moved out of the guest bedroom to, I believe you said, for appearances purposes, so Andrew could stay there.
Correct.
Do you recall a conversation that you were having with Andrew on your deck area that evening?
Yes, I recall.
Do you recall during that conversation you told Andreen that you made her, that she was just a poor girl from the street?
I'm sorry, what?
That you made her, that she was just a poor girl from the street?
I do not recall saying that.
Do you recall after that that you started to physically attack Andre?
I did not attack Andrew.
Do you recall putting your hands around her neck?
I did not put my hands around her neck.
It's everybody else is lying every time.
I now want to call your attention
It's crazy.
to February 16, 2019.
Okay.
Is that when Andre threw a birthday party for your 40th?
Correct.
That birthday party was at your house, correct?
Correct.
You said 30 to 40, roughly 30 to 40 people attended, correct?
From what I can remember, yes.
Now, you said also around that time that Andre had asked you if you wanted to go to Jamaica to see I'm not sure if it's a band or some type of concert.
So she had actually asked me before that, but I did not give her a response. But I know I gave her a no afterwards, after the birthday party.
And I believe you said a few days after the birthday party, is that right?
That would be a rough estimate, yes.
Now, you have family in Jamaica?
Yes, I do.
And Andreina's family in Jamaica?
Correct.
You have, you both grew up there, correct?
Yes, but in separate parts of the country.
But you both,
But in separate parts of the country.
and you both have friends, connections to Jamaica?
Yes, we do.
Could you have been simply wanting to go back home?
I mean, she could have gone whenever she wanted, but I did not have a reason to go back home.
But you said you have family and friends in Jamaica, correct?
I do have family in there, but I hadn't been to Jamaica in several years, and I had no intention of going back anytime soon, so.
I now want to bring your attention February 28th,
Yes, sir.
2019. Did you have a scheduled meeting at H&R Block to go over your taxes with Juanita Brockman?
I'm pretty sure it was a scheduled one, but I knew I got a call at some point from Andrea that told me to meet her there at later on in the evening or something.
And you arrived there first, correct?
Correct.
And Andreen came with Elena?
Yes, she did.
And you're aware that that evening that Maureen did not stay at the house at Solitude Cove, correct?
Yes, she left the house. I'm not sure when, but she was not there.
Did you know why Maureen had left?
No, I do not.
Just that she was not present.
Correct.
Now, you said that while you were at H&R Block is when you first found out about this LLC, is that right?
That is right.
And that you exchanged some words in patois with Andre.
Correct.
Now, after those words were exchanged, both of you went back to the house. I believe you said you arrived first, correct?
Yes, I arrived first in my Malibu, and then I think she came later in her Porsche.
Was it much later?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, so relatively shortly thereafter. Did she have Elena with her?
Yes, she did.
Now, during that time frame, did you continue to argue with her about the LLC?
Now, it was a brief response, and then I shut it down. I didn't say anything more about it till we got home.
Did you text back and forth while you were at the house about the LLC?
Not at the house.
You called Andrew Russell that night. Do you recall that?
I don't recall calling Andrew that night, but I spoke to him on the phone during the day.
Do you recall speaking to him for roughly 45 minutes?
Yes, at lunchtime.
At that time, are you saying you did not know about the LLC?
At that time, I did not know about that LLC.
And you would confide in Andrew about your issues with Andre, correct?
Not really.
Not really. How often would you talk to Andrew?
Every day.
But you would not discuss your personal life?
I would not discuss my personal life with my wife and kid.
So you wouldn't discuss that with anyone?
No.
So when you get back to the house, you told this jury earlier that the two of you argued about the LLC. And at some point you left to go to that Shell gas station that they saw the video of, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, during that argument, I assume it pertains strictly to the LLC, is that correct?
For the most part it did, but I know I referenced something in the text that said three things. The Broadway Bank issue, what you did last year, and the LLC, the new stuff now.
So it all concerned the business, correct?
No, what happened last year was a reference to her getting the tattoo with the boyfriend in Jamaica.
It was the primary crux of your argument in the business.
Mostly, well, yes.
Now, you said that when you argued at the house, you left. Why did you leave?
To avoid any kind of confrontation.
Were things getting heated at that time?
Yes, they were.
And it was strictly a verbal argument at that time, correct?
Yes, it was.
You recall the testimony of a Gilberto Gonzalez, a deputy for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office last week?
I remember the name.
The first deputy that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall telling him that Andre pushed you and then you left?
I don't remember exactly what I told him, but I knew I told him we had an argument and I left. Now, as far as the details, I'm not 100% sure.
So you're not exactly sure what you told Deputy Gonzalez?
I'm not sure exactly what I told him, but I knew I told him about the argument and I left the house.
Now, when you go to the Shell station, we saw from the video produced by Mike Fedley that there were some communications between you and Andre, text messages specifically, correct?
Correct, sir.
And the two of you continue to argue about the business, correct?
Correct.
Previously, you told the jury when you had an argument, I believe it was at Coral Grove, that you left for the night and went to a hotel and then returned the next day. Why didn't you do it that night?
So these were two different types of situations. When I said was, when I left the house at Coral Grove, I came back home. It is after I found out she had made a phone call to the police to falsely accuse me of an assault. That's why I left the house again to go to a hotel, because I was going to move out.
Well, previously you told this jury that
Welcome,
you were
Joanne.
pretty upset about this LLC, correct?
You live here now.
Yes, I was.
And that you were upset that Andre was arguing with you about the LLC, correct?
Correct.
It was making you more and more mad. Why didn't you leave at that time?
I did leave.
Why did you come back?
I came back home probably like close to midnight.
Now, your daughter is with Andre, correct?
She's at the house, correct?
So she's safe with your wife.
I don't assume Andrea would hurt my daughter, no.
So your daughter's in a safe place. You have means to go to a hotel. You elect not to. You elect just to kind of wait out several hours before you come back.
That's what I've done almost every single time, was leave the house and then go back home a few hours later.
Now you'll admit to me, you were pretty angry about this.
I was upset, but as far as like pretty angry, I wouldn't classify it as that at that point.
So you felt it was just fine to go back to the house?
Well,
How many hours did you wait?
probably like 3 or 4 hours.
So you still felt it was necessary to wait 3 or 4 hours as opposed to just go somewhere else?
It is a normal routine whenever we get into an argument for me to leave the house to avoid any type of physical confrontation or arguing in front of my daughter. I would normally leave the house, then I would go back home a few hours later because I would expect things to calm down. I only went and got my stuff and moved out for a hotel that one time because I found out she had falsely accused me of a crime. And so I was trying to get out of that situation. So I actually went back to move out of the house, not to just leave for the night, but move out of the house.
You'd agree with me, you could have gone to a hotel?
I would agree I could have gone to a hotel.
And you also own multiple other properties. You could have gone to one of those other properties as well.
No, because all those properties are being used for the assisted living, so there wasn't any place for me to go to any of those properties.
When you said that you go to a park and then at some point return to the house. Roughly what time did you return?
I'm thinking it was close to midnight because it was pretty late.
And you said that you came in the house through the front door and that the lights in the kitchen were on.
Yes, they had lights in the kitchen on.
Were any other lights on?
Yes, in the kitchen.
Just in the kitchen?
Correct.
So when you come in, you said that you see that Andre is seated on the couch in the living room area, just outside your bedroom.
Correct. As I'm walking towards my room, I get close now in front of the living room area because there's like a dining room area in the front when you come through the door, and then behind that on the left there's a kitchen, and then there's like a living room area with a couch and a TV, and there's like a center table. So it's when I get past the couch going around to the room, that's when I see her sitting down in the couch at that point.
Verbal argument continues at that point, correct?
So my intention at that point was not to have an argument.
My question is, did the verbal argument continue at that point?
Yes, there was a verbal argument at that point.
Now, the argument itself, does it move into the bedroom area?
Yes, when she follows me in the bedroom.
And you continue to argue about this creation of this LLC?
So when I got home, that argument did not have anything to do with the creation of the LLC. We are way beyond that now.
And you told this jury that some pretty choice words, some curses, some insults are exchanged by Andre to you at that point, correct?
Yes, I told her what she said.
And this argument continues into the bedroom, and you said at some point your heads collide, is that correct?
Correct.
How did that happen?
So, like I said, when I walked into the bedroom and she follows me in there, cursing at me, when I turn around, she comes up into my face. So she's like right into my face. So when she spit in my face, she's right there, and I grabbed her face like this. And then that's when the head collided, when I grabbed her face.
So the first time either one of you touched each other is when you grabbed her face and hit headbutt her.
All right, hold on. I'm sure it's not on or anything like that, but the juror have a line in his ear right there. Make sure you put that out. I don't know if it's for phone calls or what it is.
Is that the first time either one of you physically touches each other?
I would consider spitting the face touching, but
other than a spit, is that the first time that either one of you touches each other?
yes,
Did you grab her with both hands?
yes,
How did you grab her? Around the ears, the hair, where?
on the side of the face.
And you said that because she was close to you, are you saying that it was an accident that you headbutted her?
I didn't call it a headbutt. I just grabbed her face, but she's right there, so the grabbing motion caused the collision.
So when you grabbed her, that's when your heads came together?
Correct.
And when you said that happened, that it drew blood on her?
Yes, it drew blood on her face.
Where on her face?
It was like somewhere like here, because I'm a bit shorter than her.
So somewhere in her cheek area on the right side, I think is what you're indicating?
I don't remember exact side, but I know it's somewhere on the face.
Did you see any other blood or injuries that you caused when you did that?
No.
Did you have any injuries?
At that point, no.
You said that she went into the master bathroom to look at the injury, correct?
Correct.
You said that she turned the light on
Correct.
and she observed what you had done to her.
Correct.
You said that you followed her in, correct?
I turned around because the bathroom was right there to see the damage that was done to the face, because there was no lights on in the bedroom or the bathroom at that point when we first walked into the bedroom.
How much blood was coming down from her face?
I couldn't tell because it happened so fast, but I knew there was blood because I remember blood on her fingers when she touched her face.
So you said that she touched her face and got blood on her hand?
Yes.
Do you know how she got blood on the light switch?
I'm thinking when she turned the light on.
Did you see that?
Well, that's the only way the light would come on is if she touched the light to turn on the switch. I don't know if there's any other way to do that.
Did you see blood and hair on the light switch?
I wasn't looking at the light switch. I was looking more towards her, so I wasn't observing the switch. So I didn't see any blood on any switch at that point. I was just looking at her as she was looking in the mirror.
Now you're saying at this point, Andre became angry.
Well, she was already angry when I was leaving the house. She got even more angry when I got home and mentioned the divorce. And as that escalated in the room, she's getting more angry. And then when she looks and sees her face, I mean, it goes up even another notch than that.
You said that when she saw her face, you said that she tried to strike you, she tried to hit you?
Yes, because like I said, when I went through the door for the bedroom and the bathroom, I was standing close to the door, and she's by the other side where the light switch is in the mirror. And then that's when she, came across the room to attack me back by the door.
How did she try to strike you?
Well, she was throwing some punches, and then I was like ducking down to try to avoid getting hit in the face, and then I grabbed onto her, and then I did a tripping motion
So the way she was trying to contact you was trying to hit you either with her fist or slap you, correct?
It wasn't a slap, it was a fist.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't a slap, it was a fist.
Did she actually make contact with you?
Thank you, Ann.
There was contact in the back because like I said, I was ducking down to avoid getting hit straight in the face. and then I grabbed onto her like a clothes or like a shoulder clothes, something in the upper area, and then I did like a swing, like a takedown, but it tripped over the other foot too.
So she grazed you with her fist?
Like probably in the back area.
How many times?
I don't know, to be honest.
Did you grab her quickly after she did that?
Yes, I said I grabbed onto her as she was, wailing on me, and that's when she fell on the ground.
What was she wearing?
She was wearing a tights and I think like a green sweater or something. I think a greenish type sweater and the tights.
Do you remember?
That's what I think she was wearing. I don't remember exactly because it's 4 years now.
Did she have shoes on?
No, she did not have any shoes. Did she? I don't remember, to be honest.
So where in her clothing did you grab her?
On the sweater up top.
Up top? Both hands?
Yes.
Is that when you threw her to the ground?
Yes, that's when I got her on the ground.
Where did you throw her on the ground? In the bedroom or in the bathroom?
We were in the bathroom. Like I said, the confrontation started in the bedroom, but when she went inside the bathroom and turned the switch on, that's when the rest of the confrontation happened, by the door.
How did she go down on the ground?
Like I said, when I twisted, I also used like one leg to like trip her, to like get her on the ground.
Did she fall on her face, her side, or her back?
I think more like on her side when she fell.
How far was she in the bathroom at this point?
We were right close to the bathroom door that splits the bedroom and the bathroom.
Is that when you started kicking her?
Yes, that's when I kicked her twice.
Where did you kick her?
I didn't see exactly where the kicks landed, to be honest.
And you think that you kicked her maybe only twice?
There's movement.
Yes.
I'm assuming they're about to send him home.
How hard did you kick her?
It's probably a hard kick.
Did you rear your foot back and use all your force?
Well, when I tripped her, I knew one foot was already back, so when it swung, and then I kicked her again.
What were you wearing on your feet?
The shoes that I was wearing when I came back from the gas station.
What type of shoes were those?
I don't remember exactly, but it's the same shoes.
Were they tennis shoes? Were they dress shoes? Were they boots? What were you wearing?
They weren't boots, but I'm not sure exactly what kind of shoes they were. I remember it's 4 years, sir.
They weren't sandals, they were shoes though?
Yes, I think they were shoes.
You're not sure where you kicked her?
No, I just threw a couple of kicks. I'm not like sure where they physically landed at the time.
And at some point you noticed or heard that your daughter is hearing or seeing some of this.
I heard footsteps, and since there's only 3 of us in the house, the assumption is it's Elena.
Now, you have just thrown this woman down on the ground and kicked her at least twice.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty loud, isn't it?
It was loud from the minute I got home because she was yelling pretty loud.
Is it loud at that moment?
At the moment when she's on the ground, probably not.
You said that she was making a noise. What type of noise was she making?
It was something like a wheezing type sound or something like that.
But through all that commotion, throwing her down, kicking her making that wheezing noise, you can hear that your daughter is coming down the stairs.
No, I didn't hear her coming down the stairs. I said I heard steps, so I'm assuming she was probably around in the living area, close to the front, to the door of the bedroom.
Did she see you kicking your wife?
I do not know the answer to that question, sir.
Now, you said that you then went to get Elena and bring her upstairs. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you tell her?
At that point,
At that point.
she asked me, I'm not sure what she said or if she said anything, but I remember putting her in bed. But I definitely remember the next morning when
What did you tell her at that point?
I don't remember that having a conversation at that point. I just remember it, but I remember exactly what happened in the morning when I was getting her ready.
We'll get to that. Did she ask you why you were kicking your wife?
No, she did not.
Did she ask why mommy was down on the floor wheezing?
I think the last piece probably that sounded kind of familiar. Like now that you mentioned that, it does sound familiar. Like she had probably said something about She said that mommy fell. That's what she said. That's what she said.
What did you tell her?
I said yes.
That she fell.
Correct.
Now, you said that you were up there for about 20 or 30 minutes trying to get Elena back to sleep. Was Elena upset?
Not at that point.
It took a while to get her back to sleep, though, correct? I mean, this is after midnight, 20 to 30 minutes?
Correct.
You told her that mommy fell. Was Elena worried about mommy?
After I told her mommy fell, no.
Did she ask why she was wheezing?
No, she did not.
But it still took you 20 or 30 minutes to get her back down.
To sleep. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure the time, but it would seem like about 20, 30 minutes. I'm not sure.
Is that the last time Elena ever saw her mother alive?
I'm assuming that's the last time.
Now, after spending this 20 or 30
Sad.
minutes upstairs with Elena, you returned back to the bathroom, correct?
That is correct.
At that point, you said that your wife was dead. How did you know?
Like I said, when I came back into the bedroom and she was laying on the floor by the bathroom door, she wasn't moving. So instinctively, to check. So I bent over to I moved her face, and I remember trying to put my ear next to her nose, just see if there's some kind of breathing going on. And then I think I maybe checked for a pulse or something, but I definitely remember checking for the breathing through the nose.
You said that she was near those French doors that opened to your bathroom.
That is correct.
Did you notice the blood on those doors at that time?
No, I did not.
Afternoon, please be seated. You can bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. This is what time they dismiss them every day, so. I'm assuming they're about to do it again.
Will the council stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Time is now 4:47. Ladies and gentlemen, you are excused for the evening. Please, again, do not discuss the case with anyone. Do not follow any media reports about the case. And we plan to see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Have a good evening.
Well.
We'll stand adjourned.
All right. This honorable Supreme Court now stands.
So we are done for the day. Going into tomorrow. We're either going to get a verdict tomorrow, or they will come and say that they can't agree, at which point they'll get an Allen charge read to them, I'm sure. So, I thought it'd be. I kind of thought it. I thought it would be today too. Makes me nervous when deliberations go this long. Too much chance for a hung jury. Yeah. So what we'll do is tomorrow we will be back. I plan on, my ears. My ears are so sensitive now. I'm going through that treatment stuff. So we'll be back tomorrow, and what we'll do is we'll finish this testimony that we're watching, this defendant that's sounding like a psychopath. And then I did the poll for what y'all want to watch tomorrow. If you wanted to watch more of this trial, because I know like I think her mom testifies, and I can't remember. I think her sister does. I can't remember who else. Or to watch some other crazy defendant testimony. And the answer was almost 50-50, but I think it was like 52% ended up being to watch more of the wild defendants as opposed to watch other people in this trial testify. So that is what we will plan on doing tomorrow. We'll finish this guy. And now that they're getting to on the cross-examination, getting to the part where they're asking him about what he did to her, I'm curious how he's going to keep his calm, or if he's going to keep his calm during the part asking about him, especially like him saying like, I just, wanted to give the body one more whack. I started to walk away and decided to just give it one more whack. Like that's some crazy stuff. So interesting. So we will be back tomorrow to do it all again. And then if we don't get a verdict tomorrow and it goes into next week, then I don't know what we'll do. We'll see. I will be on about the same time again tomorrow. So if a verdict comes in the morning before I get here, then we can watch it together when I get back. But if it does, for any of the people who don't watch it and wait to watch it with us, if it does come, don't come in spoiling it for everybody. That's all I got. Do you think jury will be sequestered for the weekend? I don't think so. I think it has to be tomorrow, right? Right? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I think, pretty much everybody, most of the poll was like, of the people who voted were wrong. This is the longest we've had to see. But this is also one that we said, was going to be a harder one to agree on because of the conspiracy to commit murder charge. It's like, I think that the other ones were a little bit easier, but the conspiracy to commit murder charge is the hard one because that's the one that's like, unless you put together okay, think about it like this. They asked for that easel, right? So if they are doing the like putting all the evidence together, like in a timeline to try to figure it out, that took me a long time, y'all. So it could be if they're trying to put it together to see, what she knew beforehand. Because I didn't make up my mind on whether or not she knew beforehand until I put everything together. That's what changed my mind. Sitting there and putting all of those data points together in a timeline so that I could figure out exactly what she was doing that morning. It wasn't until I did that I like made a decision on what I'm believing that she was involved beforehand. So not believing, but believing like that it would be unreasonable to think she wasn't. So the reasonable doubt thing. So I don't know. I guess we'll see what they say tomorrow. But we'll watch the rest of Andre's testimony tomorrow, and we can watch some of the other ones. If y'all have any other like crazy ones that you want to watch, you can think about them too. I've got the other ones that we voted on earlier today, and then if I have any time tonight, I can, but I'll probably end up going to bed at like 6 o'clock again tonight. Let's be honest. Maybe they have someone like Brandi on the jury, so they're plotting it out. Maybe they're in there making their own Churchwell chart. You never know. You never know. All right, y'all. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Thank you. I will see you all. I was about to say bright and early. It ain't going to be early. I'm going to start again about the same time tomorrow when I get out of treatment, about 11. Y'all, tomorrow I have treatment and then next week, and that's it. Yes. 6 more. 6 more. 34 down. 6 more to go. So close. So close. I'm getting there. All right, y'all. I appreciate it. Everybody have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. We'll do 11 Central, 12 Eastern. So they'll be there for about 2 hours before we get here, but we'll catch up when we get here. All right. Love y'all.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel.
Goodbye, good people. Now how the heck do I get out of here?